Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Oscatch World Cup. Doland here. I'll be joined by Chillier Pair for the next match, Russian Federation against Norway. We finally got the pair in on the Catch World Cup.
We're finally getting some fruit into the commentary booth for the second time ever. What a day. What a day.
So expect all of the fruit puns this match and no other match.
Expect to be completely sick of both of us within 20 minutes.
Yes.
I hope you enjoy.
But before you hate us, we would like to remind you first, go ahead and buy those banners.
Perfect.
They're in the store. You gotta have a banner plug. But seriously, you can check those out in the store. The banners are available. But anyway, this match, 11th seed Russia, 22nd seed Norway, the very bottom of the bracket. 11 versus 22. We have the predictions going right now. It seems most of the chat favoring the Russian Federation. The few bold, proud Norwegian believers in the chat, 6 of them.
I believe in Norway. I think they have a chance in this match. They've got a good roster, one of the better rosters that they've had over the past couple of years. They have not made it out of the group stages, of course, back in the past 3 years, since 2019 all the way through 2021. We have since relegated group stages.
And these are probably the most predictable bans you will see. Norway banning out the Hard Rock 2 because Russia is going to be the favorite on speed here, and Russia banning out Hidden 1 because Norway is probably going to look to Hidden and the slower Nomods, but Russia opening things up with Double Time 1, a very popular pick, Wizard's Tower.
Good map for Russia. Honestly, Russia's generally another team. Again, they look very good on speed picks a lot of the time, a lot of the faster stuff. It's really something they're strong on. Of course, you've got a lot of noticeable players here. Classic roster for their team this year. Doing, little trolling on qualifiers this year. They've generally been a stronger team. Last year making it through semifinals weekend, they've got that 7th to 8th place finish. The year before that, slightly below. So they've been making steady improvements over the past couple of years in order to get where they are now. And I think they've started to kind of peak just a little bit more now. So maybe another round further for them this year.
We'll have to see. The one notable thing for them is only a 5-man roster this year for the Russian Federation. But it is certainly not bereft of talent, and we're going to get this match underway on Russia's Double Time 1 pick. So it'll be Memoriola, Nelly, and Insomnia against Cameragod, Sisef, and Zazik. Cameragod taking on Hidden, no surprise there. He is very much a Hidden enjoyer.
Hidden enjoyers. A lot of Hidden enjoyers on the picks today. We've seen quite a few running through that Hidden, so we'll see if that makes any difference here.
One of the unique things about Catch, because Hidden providing no extra score bonus in Score V2 for Double Time and Hard Rock, you can add it for reading preference.
Everyone loves a little bit of unmind block on the Hidden there. Drew, you practice these maps so many times and you start to kind of just fall into too much of a rhythm. The Hidden kind of serves to assist there. Got a very early break from Zazik. He's going to start to recover just a little bit. Not a super long pick, sub 2 minutes. Insomnia is going to trade it.
And Cameragod trades that miss right back from Insomnia, so the advantage still with Russia. 2 FCs to 1. It's only Sisef for Norway against Nelly and Memoriola. Those supporting players going to get those combos back up to that 200 combo cap.
Does stay pretty close. 2 double S's on the side of Russia. Sisef, just a couple droplet misses here. Halfway past the halfway of the map here. Zazik back over that 200 combo. So is Cameragod. It's going to start to even out a bit here. Oh, but a break from Zazik.
Yeah, but now Norway are going to need more than 1 miss from Russia. It was a 1 miss game until that second miss there from Zazik.
Well, looking for a strong performance from Russia to start off the match here on their own pick. Memoriola and Nelly both looking solid on this here, both returning from the roster last year as well as Insomnia, so this is a very experienced trio.
Yep, and Sisef is going to go down. Unfortunate for Norway, that is their last FC gone. And that is going to mean Russia taking this opening point. Norway hung with them for a bit, but only 1 miss from Russia on Double Time. Double SS from Memoriola and Nelly, 1-0 Russia.
Strong start from them. The double S is something that we saw in a couple of our earlier matches here. These teams with the stronger consistency on these early stages, really comfortable. They know exactly what they're doing here, and you really need to put up a competing roster for that early on in the match. We've seen a lot of one-sided finishes here, a lot of 5-0s, a lot of 5-1s. Norway gonna look to prevent that on their first pick here, see if they can get themselves on the board immediately. They're running the exact same roster that they ran last year, so they've got all these players with some experience behind them, a lot of other gameplay gone over the past year. They're ready to bring it back this year, have a strong start against Russia, prevent any possible breakpoints here right from the start.
I would not be surprised to see Hidden 2 come out here.
That's been a favorite today. That has been a favorite. A lot of teams liken to the Hidden.
Oh, but they're going to go for Mixed Mod too, which this works for Norway as well. Or my bad, that's no mod. It's hard having Mixed Mod now to tell in the chat whether they say Mixed Mod or no mod.
No, is that an M? It is an M. It is Mixed Mod. It was right. Okay, I was like, it's small font. It is Mixed Mod too.
This makes way more sense. No mod 2 makes way more sense here than me. I was thinking Mixed Mod.
It is Mixed Mod 2, so we will we'll get that switched up here. It is, in fact...
Oh, wait.
Oh.
I was like, Mixed Mod. I don't know what's happening here.
It is Mixed Mod 2. We're just going to get everything all switched over so that we've got the map pool screen looking all good. We're going to get the...
Tripping.
Yeah, the ref's going to switch the match really quick. You had it. You had it.
I had it. I should never doubt myself.
We're going to get right back into things here. Quick switch. There we are, right up on your screen there. Team Blue, Norway, the PC Convert map. Nordis is happy.
And this is interesting. And I think Norway should be fine here on Mixed Mod because you only need one Hard Rock player. And that's not an issue for Norway. The issue for Norway is competing, you know, getting a 3-player Hard Rock roster or double time roster here against Russia. That's where they're going to look to avoid. But on Mixed Mod, they've got hidden players. And they want to test Russia here perhaps on hidden. Maybe they want to avoid diving right into Hidden 2 and see if they have any hidden players, how they might be playing, how they might be faring. Well, we see Ivy checking in.
This is definitely providing a lot of opportunities for teams, you know, who maybe have that 1-star player on each individual modification. Really gives them a chance to strut their stuff, put out some impressive performances across the board. And again, you know, we mentioned before, it really does make a difference for those teams who really don't have maybe a strong 3-player roster for one individual mod pick in here. So it really does give that variation a lot more openness.
Yeah, exactly. It just allows more options for teams, really. And, you know, it's kind of the closest equivalent of a free mod you can get in Catch. You can't really do traditional free mod, but Mixed Mod, a good way to fill that gap and give teams options. And
we'll call it Force Mod. We'll call it Force Mod.
That's Force Mod! Hey! Yeah. How about that? There you go!
I think that's what we mentioned that earlier today. I think it's a Force Mod. You have to have.
But then we're gonna get the standard players come here and be like free mod, and then all the Catch players will be like, actually, it's forced mod.
Yeah, we haven't had Twitter drama between communities before. I wonder what that would be like. We'll see if we can avoid that for the time being.
I can tell you we'd be outnumbered. I know that much.
Well, we'll see if Russia can be outnumbered here by Norway in performance on this pick here, looking to get themselves on a strong start here in this match as we get into the map here. Insomnia Memoriola and Kitsune Ivy against Camera God Vanilla and Mile start off this Mixed Mod pick.
So it's going to be Camera God versus Insomnia on the Hard Rock. Camera God also taking Hidden for the reading as well. The Hard Rock players are allowed to do that.
Yeah, a lot of players opt to do that. A little bit more comfortable to read it with the Hidden sometimes.
And if you are a Hidden player and you have to step up and fill that Hard Rock role, as someone who's had to do that in tournaments before, being able to slap on Hidden if you're a Hidden player, it helps immensely. So it's all just a matter of preference. But no misses so far as we get to the quarter-way mark here. And it's a slight advantage for Norway. And Insomnia is going to be the first miss here. Norway in front. Still with Trip FCs.
Well, Russia a little bit behind at the beginning here with that break from Insomnia. Norway's going to look strong through the beginning here. 3-way double S, not wavering on anything. All looking very confident in their movements here. Everything nice and easy for them. One's hitting that hyper dash there.
Insomnia, though, back up to that 200 combo cap, so the bleeding now stops. Norway will have to try to retain this advantage. 3-way SSs for them, 2 SSs on the side of Russia. It's literally only the miss from Insomnia right now making the difference. About a third of the map left.
Well, last couple bits here, just over 2.5 minutes for this one. It's only the break on Insomnia. There's not a whole lot of room for error on Norway's part for the remainder of this pick, but the ball is in their court. They have to lose a miss.
And actually, there is something to think about here, too. Insomnia is the Hard Rock player. That's the only player with a mod advantage, a score mod advantage. The Hidden player is the same modifier, 1.0. Hard Rock is weighted more, so even if we see a miss from Vanilla right there, like that, or no mod, it's still weighted more. Weighted less than the Russian miss. So now things are going to get close, but Mile drops as well. Camera Gun, that's a team miss! Norway falls apart in the end on their own pick! Oh no!
Oh, you hate to see it right at the ending, too. Memoriola, Kitsune Ivy both holding the double S's into the ending on the Nomad and the Hidden.
Oh, you just cannot have that. That is so tragic, and Russia will take a 2-0 lead. Norway was there. They were there.
Oh, that hurts to watch. Oh, no.
Oh, one after the other, they fell, and Russia is there to scoop up the point, and they will... I believe it'll be their pick. I believe that that's wrong in the chat. Yep. And it's going to be Mixed Mod 1. So we're going to keep it in Mixed Mod.
Man, that little wiggle at the ending.
Well, they just... It wasn't even the same part for all three of them. They fell one after the other. Literally, Vanilla, then Mild, then Camera God.
Well,
the worst timing. So on to Mixed Mod 1. This has been a very popular pick this weekend. I mean, when teams haven't been banning Mixed Mod, or when they have been banning Mixed Mod, it's usually not this map. This is the one that's left open.
Yeah, we'll see if these teams continue the trend of success on this map thus far. It'll be interesting to see the statistics of this round afterwards. That is Mixed Mod 2. We'll switch. We'll have the refs.
Some technical difficulties.
It's fine. We're gonna get everything all switched up here. Everyone wish our valiant referee luck in organizing things.
The pick should be Mixed Mod 1 here.
It is. It was on the correct map, and then and then something happened.
As usual, it wouldn't be the Catch World Cup without some scuffed stuff happening in the round of 32. And every round, really. I expect this at least once every single round.
We'll work things out a little bit here. We'll get everything all situated. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great time. I think both of these teams are looking really good right now. Unfortunate misses from Norway at the end of the previous pick, and then that break point just not quite how they wanted to start off. Regardless, they did look good enough on their pick that I wouldn't be too worried about them having much issue grabbing another point in the future.
I'm not going to lie. This is kind of a, I would say, a semi-risky pick here from Russia. I wouldn't say it's a bad pick, but just going to Mixed Mod 1, it's a slightly easier map than something like Mixed Mod 2. And it just gives Norway options here. And they performed well on the Mixed Mod. They just happened to fall apart at the ending, tragically. So we'll have to see. Russia must be confident in this, but they're going to keep their roster. Kitsune Ivy on Hidden, Memorial and Nomad, Insomnia, Hard Rock. And basically the same roster for Norway, the only substitution being Sysef coming in for Vanilla on the Nomad. We will see Mile on Hidden and Camera God on Hidden Hard Rock.
Definitely looking for that very similar trend of these early stage teams here. You got a really strong roster you put up for these, early stage easier maps, a little bit more consistency oriented, and then, you find that roster and you lock it in, and that guarantees you quite a few picks if you're one of the stronger teams in this tournament. And Russia's capitalizing on that right now. However, Norway, being a strong team of themselves as well, really giving them a hard time for it, only letting it up in the last couple seconds of that previous pick there. Really unfortunate for them. They're going to have a chance to maybe take a break point back here if they're able to perform similarly to that last pick.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I think what Russia are doing here, and this is by no means, I would say, a mispick. I think they're really trying to test the mental of Norway here. Because they know that was a tragic collapse at the end. They knew they were behind. So they're trying to see if Norway can recover, and here's the first miss coming out of Cameragod. That is the Hard Rock player.
Unfortunate there, that Hidden Hard Rock catching up a little bit on this one here.
Coming to the halfway mark.
Pretty even across all the other players here, though. Cameragod really struggling on that section there.
Yep, another miss shortly after, and no signs of any weakness here from Russia. Still trip SS's from them.
Oh.
Ooh, Insomnia. There's the other Hard Rock player will trade a miss back, so that's going to give Norway a chance, but Zysep is going to trade a miss back. That's the Nomad player going down.
Well, unfortunately, there was an opportunity for Norway almost guaranteed to be given away by that miss from Zysep unless Russia completely falls apart at the ending here. Memoriola, Kitsune Ivy both looking extremely confident through this match thus far.
This is 100,000 points. That is a pretty huge lead. They're going to need to see basically a double miss, nearly, maybe even a team miss. And I don't think they would even have enough time. This is pretty much Russia's point here.
It would be asking a lot given their current status to see a miss like that, so Norway might just have to finish this pick out as strong as they can and then go next. And there goes Mile as a final break for Norway to lose their last FC there. Memoriola, Kitsune Ivy both looking extremely good until the last spinner bit here, and there we are. Double S once again. Just the one break from Insomnia.
So that's 2 mixed mod maps down. 3-0 in favor of Russia. Norway, potential last pick here. They need to make it count. If they can get a point here, they can guarantee themselves one more pick. But excellent stuff from Memoriola and Kitsune Ivy. Single miss coming out of Insomnia. Russia, super consistent. And that is making all the difference.
Well, that's maybe just the slight difference that we're seeing between, the top half of the teams out of qualifiers, those top 16 versus the bottom 16 here. It really does take a lot of consistency, a lot of strong play through these early stages, all the way through the later stages here. And then again, you gotta have that baseline. You gotta have that skill floor you come into the tournament with. You've got to be confident on these early stage maps. Otherwise, if you're a skill cap player, if you're really good at the super difficult maps in here, it doesn't matter a whole lot if you can't make it there. So Russia really strutting their stuff on these early picks the way that I think a lot of people expect a team of their caliber to be able to put out here. Norway, again, doing the best that they possibly can.
And,
but
yep, here it comes, Hidden 2.
It's time.
Yep, they kind of have to pick this, I feel. Russia banning Hidden 1, might as well pick Hidden 2. That's usually not a bad strategy. And Norway, I would say, definitely can compete in the Hidden department. They have Hidden players. Cameragod has been playing with Hidden on every mixed mod pick. So, and then there's Mile.
They're a hidden country. Norway is a hidden country. I don't know if anyone here keeps up with multiple game modes, but Norway is just a beast at hidden in every mode.
They are very much a hidden and HD nation.
They're so good at hidden. We'll see.
But Russia have some hidden players too. Kitsune Ivy, Nelly checking in. Memorial of their ace, no slouch either. But I feel like this could be Norway's best shot to get a point. They were saving it for their last pick.
Gonna need all the help they can get right now. Down 3-0. What would be considered in most cases their last opportunity to put a point up on the board here, at least on an area that they're going to be comfortable in. See if they're able to, kind of get that consistency back a little bit, maybe shake off some of the nerves, some of the uncertainty from the previous few picks in here, and kind of fall back to what they know they can do.
We might as well take this in, because the fact that this map didn't get banned is shocking. Because normally it's this one that gets banned from the hidden pool. the AR 8.4 HD low approach rate hidden. It is definitely a unique skill set that not a lot of teams really have a dominant 3-player roster for. But I guess Norway just fancy their chances, and I do not blame them. Russia are a speed team, and this is very much the opposite of speed.
Well, that it is. They're going to take all their advantages they can get right now to get themselves a point on the board as we get into what is potentially Norway's final pick, but given their trend on Hidden and the way that they've been looking in this match, it would be asking a lot to have them lose a pick like this that I think they've saved intentionally for this time here. A little bit of a roster switch from the Russian Federation right here. Nelly going to be coming in here. And then we've got a similar roster for Norway. It's going to be Vanilla.
Yeah, Vanilla checking back in. Rosters make sense here for both sides. We're going to see how many of them wiggle. Memoriola, the only one wiggling. If you do not move, if you do not touch your keyboard for those first 20 combo, you are in the exact perfect place to catch everything without moving. But if you move the slightest, you have to wiggle it. Camera God is going to get caught out afterwards. That's the first miss.
Oh, and another one.
Oh, and that's not a good sign, and not a great start here from Camera God. Another miss. Memoriola is going to go down and trade one. Vanilla trading that miss, though, back. So it's only 1 FC to 2. Russia leading this. And you can just do so much trolling on low approach rate hidden if you have a bad start. And Camera God, oh, the mental state right now.
It's just slightly off on so many patterns here, and it really is throwing the combo away so much. You can see how far the AC has dropped because of the misses as well.
And they're already 180,000 points behind. They're going to need Russia to melt down. Need a team miss to get back in this. Nelly and Kitsunaivi still on the double SS. Mile with an SS of his own for Norway. Kitsunaivi, there's a team miss from Russia. Wait a minute. Vanilla won't trade one of those misses, but Camera God is up to 200 combo now. That's the cap. Vanilla, another miss. But still, Norway are going to pull back a lot of that lead. That is huge. They get a couple more misses out of Russia here. It's not over.
This is doable. Miles still looking really strong on that double S right now. He's got Camera God to back him up. They just need Vanilla to be able to put up above that 200 combo. Get the double break.
That's another double miss, and here comes Norway back in the final quarter. This is an unbelievable comeback. They were down by over 200k, and now they're in the lead in the final 1/8 of the map even.
They look so much more confident at the ending of this map now, being a little bit more secured into things. Russia doesn't have much opportunity to make a comeback now, and I think this is going to be pretty solidified.
Such an impressive recovery from Camera God, who was just tilting early on. Came back with the combo at the literal perfect moment for Norway. And Mile is going to come through with the SS. The FC and Norway are on the board. They will see one more pick in this match. It's 3-1.
What an impressive performance from Mile, holding it down for his team. He saw my teammates have broken. I know exactly what I need to do at this moment. I've been training for this my entire life. And he held it down the double S, the only one in the lobby here across both teams. So confident into the ending of that map there. Norway has their opportunity to find a good run in this match now. They're going to need to find a couple break points from Russia in order to really get a secure position, but that's hard.
Russia going with Hard Rock 1. They say, okay, we can play the same strategy. But it makes sense here. I mean, it's the basic speed map of the pool. But, I mean, this is probably the speed map that Norway would be the most likely to contend on. That being said, the advantage is still with Russia. It's very short, too, though. So a miss at the wrong time could spell disaster. We've seen that happen already in several matches on this pick. And Mile...
That's on the last one.
Mile with a proud statement, proving Sekre wrong on the predictions. I would also like to take this moment to shout out that I did give Norway a point on this, so thank you, Mile. Appreciate it.
Simple, really. Simple. What a strong performance on that one. Really looking forward to see if they can make the most of the rest of this match here. Certainly not over yet. These his best of nines don't give you a whole lot of wiggle room for error, but there is just enough to slip up once, and Norway had that slip up, luckily, not twice in a row.
Well, I mean, you know what? Norway had that tragic team miss earlier, and then Russia with a team miss of their own. Norway able to capitalize. That was huge. So on to Hard Rock 1.
Really makes you wonder what happened on that that mixed mod there. If there wasn't that big team break at the ending, this match would be rather close right now. But they'll make the most of it.
All right, so it's going to be Insomnia, Memoriola, and Nelly for Russia against Cameragod, Sysef, and Mile for Norway. Both Mile and Cameragod taking hidden. That does not surprise me. Again, the hidden not providing any score bonus.
Nice comfortable start as we get past the first spinner here. Now we really get into things here. Just over 2 minutes, high intensity. There's absolutely no room for slip-ups here.
Slight advantage to Russia off that spinner. They just outspun barely.
Enough to give them that early lead, but they're going to have to maintain their current position to see what happens. We've generally seen Norway with the first break of most of these maps, with the exception of Mixed Mod 2 here. We'll see if they can maybe change that trend, but both teams looking good. Sysef making a couple droplets there, nothing too big, but it's going to be enough to keep that score on Russia's side after the spinner as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, taking that last place definitely relieved a little pressure for Norway. They are not facing winner's bracket elimination on this very pick, so they can be a little more relaxed, and that might help them out here. So far, no misses from anyone. It's probably the simplest speed map of the pool, aside from DG1.
We're looking confident so far. We're past the halfway point in the map here, just under a minute to go. Not a whole lot of room for error now. We're really going to come down to the wire at the ending of this pick here. Norway was able to slip up at the end of Sysef. Oh no! They need a break from Russia soon.
Yeah, they're going to need a break very shortly as we're now into the final quarter. Sysef is going to do everything he can to try to rebuild that combo and keep Norway in it, but Norway are going to need at least one miss from Russia. And they were behind on spins too, so they might even need more.
Yeah, I think they need 2 breaks from Russia. Is Sysef even going to hit the 200 combo cap by the end of the map? He might barely. But it won't matter as Russia finds no breaks. 3-way double.
Wait. You done did it. You done did it. They need one more. There's not enough time to capitalize off Nelly's miss because he missed right at the end. And that is going to be a point for Russia. 4-1 match point.
Wow, almost a triple double S for Russia. Nelly.
Yeah, just had to go and ruin it for him, huh?
Unfortunate for Nelly, but well done to Russia. Very strong performance as a team there. Cameragod looking really good on that one on the hidden hard rock, as well as Mile, but just a couple droplets dropped on that side. That break from Sysef, just an inopportune point there, just enough to throw that score over. That's going to be Russia.
Last chance saloon for Norway. They have one more pick here. They will need some break points to guarantee another pick. But looking at the map pool, again, there's not really, they don't have a whole lot of options. They kind of have to go Nomad here. Potentially going with Nomad 1, Nomad 2, maybe Nomad 3. Nomad 2 is going to be the choice.
Another map that we've seen picked quite a bit over the matches this weekend here. Definitely another favorite. We'll see if it becomes a Norway favorite. They're able to get a point off on this one. Keep themselves in this a little bit longer. 4-2 would be one of the more respectable score lines we've seen this weekend. Again, a lot very one-sided matches. The closest that we've seen so far of the weekend actually being a 5-2 between Poland and Belgium.
Yeah, well, this could be a chance here for Norway. It's a very short map, AR 8.8. It's kind of the Nomad tech-specific pick of the pool. Yeah.
Well, Norway, tech enjoyers, we'll see if they're able to make this work for them. Again, a couple more opportunities in this match to have their picks go their way. Unfortunately, just tiny little slip-ups at some points in here really have not worked in their favor. Russia maintaining that consistency across this entire match, just completely unwavering in their ability to play these maps today. So strong across the board, really proving to us again why they're one of the top half-seeded teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're going to be contenders, but unfortunately, because they didn't really qualify as high as we thought they would, they're going to have to run into some stiff competition next week if they do win this match in the form of Canada. That is who the winner of this match will get in the winner's bracket in the round of 16.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. Norway, of course, if they do end up not being able to stage a comeback here, will be going to the loser's bracket next week to face off against the United Kingdom.
Yep. So Canada awaiting the winner, the United Kingdom awaiting the loser. But again, Norway, because they won that point, their reward is this pick. So we'll see if they can capitalize on it and put another point on the board.
Gotta make the most of what you have right now. If you're Norway, this is what is essentially your last opportunity to start staging this comeback here. Of course, if they lose this pick, they are done for. They do need to get a break point after this, but this is going to have to be the start.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to invite Insomnia to the lobby, but weren't able to. So interesting to see if there are technical issues for Insomnia at the moment. But for Russia, it is going to be Nelly, Memorial, and Kitsunaivi against Cameragod, Sisef, and Mile for Norway.
Good rosters, same as the last map that we've seen here, so both teams really confident in these in order to get the job done. Another shorter map here, looking to see any little slip-ups here at the beginning.
And here we go into the first major key eye here. These text streams back and forths. Hyper dashes mixed into those tiny little double transitions.
Man, I've seen a
and
lot.
it's Memorial and Mile both missing at the same time.
Having trouble with them. We've seen again.
Mile dropped a second time afterwards, but Sisef and Kitsunaivi dropped, and Kitsunaivi dropped big. So did Sisef, though. So it's a slight advantage to Russia, only one FC apiece.
Dead even between the breaks on these two teams right here. We'll have to see where the next break comes from. Kitsunaivi.
That's right, the halfway point. Yeah, and Mile trades it though. It's still going to be a slight advantage to Russia here. Memorial now up to that 200 combo, as Sisef and Mile are now still below it.
Sisef needs to hit that 200 combo marker here, and there it is. Mile's going to have to start having a good recovery here. That break from Kitsunaivi and Mile did bring the score gap a little bit closer, but it's not going to be enough for Norway to pull away with this pick unless we see another break out of someone from Russia, but it's going to stay exactly the same as it has been right now.
A one missed game into the final quarter. The match is on the line. Norway need this point. Will Russia provide the break, or will they walk it off here? The sliders.
Oh, no drops on the sliders. No droplet misses either. Haven't seen anything. We're holding strong here. Cameragod and Nelly both holding with one droplet miss apiece, and it's really not going to be anything into the ending that you can miss on here.
Well, you say that, but I've seen crazier things. Russia still have to bring it home. It's less than one missed gap, but they are going to do it, and that's going to be the match, 5-1. Another match where really the scoreboard doesn't quite tell the full story. Norway were very competitive on most of these picks. Gave Russia quite a good run for their money on about 3 of these maps. But just unfortunate for them, it didn't work out that way. Russia will move on. 5-1, they face Canada. Norway will get the United Kingdom next week.
Well, as you said, a valiant performance from Team Norway. Not quite enough against our 11th seeded Russia team this year. They're going to face another, again, harder match this weekend, the 6th seeded Canada next weekend in our round of 16. Close matchup in the losers bracket between the United Kingdom and Norway, the 27th seed versus our 22nd seed, so that's going to be another close one. So congratulations to Russia, again, advancing to the next week of the winners bracket. They've still got both of their losses left in this tournament. Norway down to one match left that they can lose before relegation like all the other teams in our losers bracket. Of course, that's not going to be it for us this weekend. We have 3 more matches left up. Next up, going to be the United States versus the Ukraine in 25 minutes, followed by Germany, Finland, and Mexico, Sweden. You're going to want to stick around to see all of those matches, which my friend here, Dolan, will be sticking around for.
Yes, I will. Chili your pair will not be, though, if all goes according to plan. So how was your first CWC match?
Oh, we're living the dream today. We finally got some fruit going in the booth here. So we didn't get a chance to make as many puns as we wanted, but we'll see if we can get some running for future weeks. We'll see.
It's all right. The pair is in there, and that's all that matters.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well, for now, we'll take a quick short break. We'll leave you all on the schedule screen for a bit and let you enjoy some music from our featured artists here that we've got on. Make sure, if you'd like, feel free to stop by the store in the next 25 minutes, grab yourself a banner, support your favorite team. They're always looking out for as many supporters as they possibly can. And remember that if you do end up getting the banner for the team that ends up winning the tournament, you'll get to keep it for the entire year until the next Catch World Cup in 2023. Quite a long ways away in hindsight. But we'll take a quick break for now. We will see you all in just a bit.
「
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Oscatch World Cup round of 32. I'm Dolan and I'll be joined by Snow Leopard of the United States against Ukraine. How's it going, Snow Leopard?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's always a good time when you can see your home team play right from the commentator booth.
Yes, it's always a good feeling. We got the United States, the 3rd seed, playing against Ukraine, the 30th seed. Ukraine, their first year ever having a catch team, and they qualify for the World Cup. So this will be their debut match. The United States also debuting a new member in Elux. It'll be his first World Cup match as well. But Ukraine will definitely be fighting an uphill battle today.
Yeah, they're definitely taking on one of the most dominant teams in the World Cup, or at least I'd say top 8 for sure. So a huge battle for Ukraine, but I think they're up to the task and hopefully can get a couple points and possibly even a win. You never know.
Yeah, and we kind of alluded to this on the pre-show, on the unofficial pre-show over with JB Hyperion, that a lot of these lower-seeded teams, especially the ones that are playing against these top 8 teams, they're mostly just looking for experience and to kind of feel out the roster for next week. Because Ukraine knows that next week, that's going to be their big, important match. So they're probably just looking to get some experience, try to take a point off the United States if they can, and get a feel for the World Cup stage.
Absolutely, yeah. If anything, that might give them a little bit of less anxiety about this. They're going into it knowing, hey, we don't have to worry about winning. We're just here to get more experience and prepare ourselves for next week.
Exactly. They just need experience. As we mentioned, one of the 3 countries this year that's brand new to the Catch World Cup and qualified, that was Turkey, Ukraine, and Israel. Turkey actually managed to take a point off of Taiwan earlier today, so that was some exciting stuff. So who knows? Ukraine may be able to snag one off the United States here. We'll have to wait and see. Setting up the lobby right now.
Yeah, you never know with it being their first appearance. I mean, anything can happen.
So looking at Ukraine's scores from the qualifiers, just to try to learn more about them, they were definitely better on no mod than the mod brackets, notably across the board. No mod 1 was their best overall finish of 27th, so might be seeing the no mod tour here from Ukraine. Potentially maybe a Hard Rock or double time ban.
Yeah, I definitely could see that, especially against a team like United States. Playing either of those mods are going to be very scary. No mod, like you said, probably going to be the safe spot for them to go for.
But, you know, they do have 4 players, and with the introduction of Mixed Mod, if they have a Hidden player and a Hard Rock player, they may be able to go for a pick like Mixed Mod 1. But, you know, that would be very risky against the US because they have a more than capable roster on that. They're going to put Lexi on Hidden, Sekre on Hard Rock, and Decreeper or Colin on no mod, and that is just going to be a tough time. So
yeah, when you have a lineup like the United States, I feel like mixed mod is going to be very scary because you got some players that are just really kind of best in class for those mods.
So also notably get your predictions in on the Twitch chat. You'll have 9 minutes to do so. And also, if you haven't gotten a banner and want to get a banner to support either the United States or Ukraine, you can get it in the OS store for $2.50 plus tax.
You were reading my mind, I was just about to say, and while you're at it, go and check out the banners.
Great minds think alike. But yeah, just some technical issues at the moment. Once the lobby gets set up, we'll get this match started and rolling. So the United States, the 3rd seed out of the qualifiers, almost taking that 2nd spot from South Korea even. Ukraine squeaking in at number 30 on the lower end.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting qualifiers and a lot of good predictions coming out for this World Cup. We got a lot of teams returning back to full force, like China. They were down a few players last year, but they're coming back and looking scary strong.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it was just that they were down a few players. They just were kind of out of it last year, just weren't performing that well. Coming back with a dominant performance in the qualifiers, though, to shake things up. And here we have the lobby set up, so we are going to get this match rolling and underway. with our rolls, our picks, and bans. First up, the bans. Well, not surprising here, the United States, Sekre. Is going to just snipe that Nomad 1 immediately. That is probably the best patented strat of a high-seeded team, or top-seeded team playing against an unseeded team, banning first. And Ukraine will snipe Hidden 1. It's interesting that they leave the low AR Hidden 2 again.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategy because Alexi, I know, has been playing a lot of low AR over the past year or two, so
Yep,
should be plenty fine on that.
And we're going to see Ukraine open up the match with Nomad 4, so good news for Ukraine. The rolls worked out for them. They're guaranteed at least 3 picks. If this only ends in a 5-0, they'll at least get 3 picks, but we'll see what they can do. That means more chances for them to maybe get on the board.
Yeah, 3 picks, 3 Nomads available. They're set.
I mean, yeah, right. It's all the stars have aligned. So Lexi, Colin, and Sekre currently in the lobby for the United States. Yaruko, Ern Castlefeet, awaiting a teammate.
See if we have a Violet Feats coming in to complete the Feet duo. And we do.
Yep. Ukraine has their feet on the ground.
They're ready to start running. Go for that first point.
We're really reaching for these puns. Well, here we go. This is going to be the World Cup debut of Ukraine in the Catch World Cup. As soon as the referee hits that start command. And a lengthy Nomad here they've picked. AR 9.3, 3 minutes, 50 seconds in length. There is the start command. And Ukraine are officially in the Catch World Cup.
Yeah, interesting to see them pick a convert Nomad for their first pick as well. I wonder if they're going to be a more convert-centric team.
Yeah. And you know, with the ratios changing between the specifics and the converts as well this year, it's definitely going to shake things up. But typically not what you see from new teams. You know, you usually see them lean towards specifics more so than converts. So interesting to see. This could be promising.
See who wins the spin battle. It's looking like United States right now.
Yeah, USA winning that spin battle by a fairly hefty margin. That is about 15K. But again, if Ukraine is going to take the lead, it's not going to be decided in the spinner there. It's going to be overall consistency.
Yeah, 3 minutes. It's a lot of map time.
Yeah. That is kind of what they picked, an extremely long map. So looking to test the US right out of the gate. And
honestly, it might be a good strat because the maps are low enough difficulty. Both teams should be able to FC, but you can catch just some unfortunate misses, perhaps, from the United States.
Yeah, well, it definitely looks like Ukraine have started with their best their best card here up their sleeve first. They've definitely gone into it. Everyone holding well. The first miss is going to come out from Burn Castlefeed. So advantage United States. 3 FCs to 2. No other misses. Still a trip SS for the United States after the first quarter.
Just barely a little over a quarter of the way through. Still got plenty of map left to go, and Birkenstoll back up to combo now.
Colin is going to go down, though, so that is a trade, but the U.S. have built up about a 15K buffer of spinner on top of that, but that's a double miss from Ukraine, Yamruko, and Castlefeed. Violet Feats is going to go down. That's a team miss from Ukraine. So that is pretty much going to not so much seal it, but really put Ukraine behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, they're going to need to see huge misses out of the United States, and that's going to be hard on these lower maps. Yamruko finding another miss again.
Yeah, they get a little break there. Still, double SS from the United States. Lexi Sekre. Colin recovering, back up to 200 combo, 300 now. But yeah, Ukraine are really going to need some help. They are down by about 200K, 150K.
Violet Seed's going to be going down again, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to increase that to around 200k. Burncastle Feed also going down. And that is pretty much going to be all she wrote here, unless we see just a complete meltdown from the United States.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's coming any soon. We got 2 SSs for the United States. Colin with just that single miss.
Yep, well into the final quarter now, drawing to the last sections here. Final PI coming up.
Oh, Burncastle Feed just getting caught out right after that spinner.
And Nyanruko with a sizable combo has a pretty good score, just a 1 miss going on, I believe, here. Is not a bad play here from Ukraine. But they're just simply outmatched here on this consistency test. Only 1 miss from the US.
Yeah, like you mentioned, not a bad play at all by Ukraine, but unfortunately, consistency is the name of the game on a map like this, and the United States just have it.
Yep, and Nyaruko, a pretty respectable score there in the first ever map for Ukraine, 987k, but will be outdone. And Sekre is going to find a miss. I don't know where Sekre found the miss, but there's a 1 miss from Sekre. So
that was right at the end.
That was the last note. Are you kidding me? So Lexi, the lone FC, and SS at that. 1-0 USA. That's tragic for Sekre. That is, wow. USA instantly.
We'll see tweets about that later.
Yeah, we will definitely see a tweet about that later for sure. But a insta hidden 2 pick here from the United States. Going to go for that low AR one that Ukraine left open. Right up Zach's alley. I expect to see Zach, Elux, and Lexi here for the United States.
Before we get to Hidden 2, though, looks like we're going to enjoy some nice jazz sounds. Look at this very beautiful graphic as we fix up some technical issues.
Wouldn't be the Catch World Cup without a few minor technical issues, but it's a great time to remind you about the banners that are available for sale in the Oz store. You can go get them right now. $2.50. Support your favorite team. And we're back. See, the client knew.
The power of banners.
The power banners. Client knows when I'm about to be done plugging banners. Yep, Elux checking in, the newcomer for the United States. Oh, it's not. Is Lexi not going to be playing this?
That'd be really interesting to see. I wonder if the United States wants to kind of try out their non-meta hidden players, since they have a decent chance against a lower seeded team.
Yeah, maybe wanting to get Colin some reps on hidden just to see how he's going to be faring out throughout this tournament.
Yeah, which honestly is not a bad strategy, because the United States does have that issue where they have Lexi and Zach, which are, well-known established hidden players, but then they have to find a third player that can cover that third slot. So this might be the auditions here.
Yeah, they brought in Elux to definitely help on that kind of lower AR skill set, similar to Zach, to help fill that role there. But same lineup for Ukraine. No substitutions there. We see Zach and Elux checking in for the United States. So here we go. Hidden 2. First pick for the USA. And let's see how many of them wiggle. It's going to be Colin and Nyaruko wiggling. And Nyaruko is going to get caught out.
That is unfortunate.
Right behind him, too. Early double miss for Ukraine. But again, not too bad considering it's well before 200 combo, even 100 combo. But consistent misses here from Ukraine really are going to start being a problem here, as the US are already checking out and all the FCs are gone for Ukraine. It's very apparent that this is one of their weaker skill sets. Hidden was probably their worst spot from the qualifiers, and the US gonna exploit it.
Yeah, Naruko doing pretty well, but then, the other 2 players struggling quite a bit more. Definitely not a strong suit of Ukraine.
Trip SS is for the United States at the moment. Burn Castle Feet going down once again. Colin is going to be the first miss for the USA. But that's not going to change much at the moment. Still just a single miss at the halfway mark.
Yeah, very nice performance out of Elux right now. Actually, Zach and Colin missing.
Load FC. Yeah, those misses in that flurry of misses, it took out all the FCs except for Elux. But I mean, the US are still, even though they have 2 combos below 200, they have such a massive score advantage, over 400k at this point.
Yeah, at this point, we're just seeing if Elux is going to be holding that SS or if he's going to find a miss before the end. Only a quarter of the map left to go.
Yep, this would be very impressive for a World Cup debut. That is all I will say. We don't want to do the thing.
Oh, no. Never the thing.
It would be a terrible thing. Colin finding another miss, traded by Violet Feats. And coming to the end. Oh, no!
No!
Oh no, he let off the dash. He mistimed the dash press.
Very close. Still very beautiful play from Elux, but unfortunate ending.
He is going to be the MVP of the lobby still, just outscoring Zach. United States take it 2-0. Unfortunate.
Classic 1X. You hate to see it.
Heartbreak City for Elux, but still a very good performance in your first ever World Cup map. Top scoring is always good. Zach right behind him, about 14k behind. Colin struggling. Came in with a 778k, but you know, I think Sekra was just wanting to get Colin some reps on Hidden and test him early.
Yeah, and threw him on a pretty hard one as well at that low AR, 8.4. It's always difficult, especially if you're not an established Hidden player.
Oh, and also, especially if you miss the intro, that will mess you up.
Oh yeah,
it can take a lot to overcome that mental hurdle if you find like 1 or 2 early misses. But Ukraine up to pick now, and they will go in double time too. This is interesting.
Ooh, we're gonna see the Twice map. The matches I was commentating earlier, we saw a lot of chat wanting Twice. Begging for Twice, and they just didn't get it. It was heartbreaking for them.
Will oblige. So double time 2 for Ukraine. Interesting. We're going to be seeing Shadow Bolt's substitution here. First performance of his World Cup career and first appearance of the match. DeCreeper checking in for the United States.
No surprise there. DeCreeper, very well-known double time player.
Yep, we see Sekra DeCreeper checking in, Elux and Zach out. Those two were the hidden specialists of the team. Filling the role quite well. Colin, though, is more of a speed player. Colin, though, more of a higher AR hidden player. So that's kind of why he struggled a little bit on that hidden pick. Imagine he's not the biggest fan of low AR hidden.
Oh, I bet not.
So we'll see how many of these players take hidden. It'll be interesting to see if any of the Ukrainian players take hidden with their double time.
Yeah, the only one I could imagine would maybe be Naruko, who was the one doing the best on that hidden pick earlier. The other two struggling quite a bit, and with Shadow Bolts not even being subbed in for that, I can't imagine he's confident on hidden either.
Looks like no one will be taking hidden. Probably a smart choice if you're not an established hidden player. Unless you just prefer it and it helps you. That's the only reason to do it. No one will elect to do so, and here we go. Early miss from Colin, so advantage Ukraine. Take a screenshot now, folks.
Yeah, you heard it here first. Ukraine taking the lead.
We'll see how long they can hold that advantage. I'm seeing some platter movement on the Ukrainian side right now. That's a little concerning, but they're holding on to the combos, and that's all that matters.
It is only a 2-minute 14-second map, so They just have to hold on for a little bit.
Yep, oh, but Shadowbolts is going to miss, and that miss was later, and that is going to penalize Ukraine further, so the United States will be taking the lead. Not over, though. Ukraine's still with 2 FCs, so the US is 2.
Yeah, definitely still winnable with Violet Feast now.
Yep, and now Ukraine are really going to need some help. Halfway point, a miss behind. About a miss and a half behind, I should say. But Sekiri and Creeper don't seem to be showing any signs of missing. Sekiri just finding one droplet miss. That's about it. Creeper still rocking the SS as Violet Feats goes down once again.
Yeah, things starting to look pretty bad for Ukraine here. Only a third of the map left to go, and they need at least 2, maybe 3 misses from the United States.
And they're going to need some help. Violet Feats just struggling as Shadowbolts is also going to miss. And Yaruko is going to drop the FC 3/4 of the way through. Tragic there. Really had something good going there.
Unfortunate team miss, but that will probably seal the deal as we get into the end of the map here. Shadowbolts finding one more miss before this break section.
Yep, Sekiri to Creeper. Still on the FCs. Colin has not missed since his early miss. And that is going to be 3-0 United States.
Get another double miss from Ukraine. Yeah, that will wrap it. That is a fairly sizable victory for United States there, but them being pretty competent double-time team, not super surprising there, just the single miss from Colin. All single-digit misses from Ukraine, so still definitely a very good showing from them.
Yeah, that was a very good showing from Ukraine at the beginning. The first half of the map, they played very well. But the consistency, just not enough. United States will have the next pick in Ukraine. They're going to be thinking about their potential final pick. But the US will fire with Mixed Mod 2. Now, the
United States. Go ahead.
Big question here is who's going to play Hard Rock for Ukraine. I would imagine Yaruko. Or no, actually, Yaruko will probably play the Hidden.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Naruko is definitely going to be the hidden player. Don't know about Hard Rock and Nomad, though.
Yeah, I just don't know the Ukrainian team that well, because if Naruko is the only player that's capable of playing speed, then he kind of has to play Hard Rock. So
True, yeah.
Hard Rock and then put somebody else on Hidden. So it just depends. But optimally, we would see him on the Hidden, I would assume. And we are going to see Elux check back in. With Lexi.
Yeah, Lexi showing in as well.
I know I spoke with Sekiri before this match. He did say he told me that he wanted to get Colin and Elux some good reps this weekend to get them ready for later rounds of the tournament. So I think we're seeing a lot of these top teams do that with their newer players. Or with the players that typically don't play as much, get them warmed up.
Yeah, get them nice and introduced to the tournament scene in Catch World Cup.
All right, so interesting. We will see for the United States, it's going to be Colin, Lexi, Elux. Colin on Hard Rock, Lexi, Nomad, Elux, Hidden. Violet Feats will take the Hard Rock for Ukraine. Yaruko, Hidden, and Shadowbolts, Nomad.
Yeah, it seems like we got training all around for United States, taking the Hidden off of Lexi.
Yeah, he's just playing the role of consistency there on the Nomad. They're definitely wanting to get Elux some reps on Hidden as much as possible. But he is going to find the first miss. And that will be advantage Ukraine. We'll see how this plays out from here. Still plenty of map left to go. And that miss was before 200.
This is once again going to be low AR Hidden for the Hidden players.
Yep. So slight advantage Ukraine off the miss from Elux quarter of the way through. Oh, Violet Feats will miss, and Elux will trade it. That's big, because Violet Feats is the Hard Rock player, so that's the heavily weighted player. Finding another miss as well. Elux's miss, though, might keep Ukraine just in front a little longer.
It's going to be really close, though, as we get halfway through the map.
Yeah, as Elux and Violet Feats recover back up to 200, this is going to get very close. Shadow Bolts drop.
Shadow Bolts.
Switch it. So advantage USA. Colin is going to offset it, though, so Ukraine now. Oh, Violet Feats!
Oh, no.
No, misses all over the place. It's Lexi versus Nyaruko. And we're going to have to keep eyes on these Hard Rock players. But Shadow Bolts is recovering back up to 200, that Nomad. And now Ukraine is back in front. Final quarter.
They have a really good chance here to steal a point away. They just need to hold on.
The door is open. The US has left that door cracked, and Ukraine sticking their foot in, digging in. Nyaruko's miss is
Shadow
double
Bolts,
miss.
no!
And the door might have just been slammed shut on Ukraine. They're going to need a double miss. Oh, and they get it! They get the double miss! They get the double miss right back. Never mind. Shadow Bolts will drop once again. Violet Feats Colin. No one can find combo. Nyaruko's the highest combo, but he's not going to be able to do it in time. Colin drops. Violet Feet trades it. And Lexi and Elux are going to build to save it.
No,
Nyaruko. And that, so tragic. Ukraine not going to be able to do it. A double miss from the US at the end. That was quite a mess.
Yeah, really messy last half of that map. Ukraine had a lot of big chances there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get there in the end, but definitely a good showing from them.
Big difference, though, was definitely the Nomad players. Lexi outdoing Shadow Bolts by a fair margin.
Absolutely, yeah.
But for a while, the timing of those misses was just favoring Ukraine, and they are now down 4-0 to their last pick. And they will go with double time 1. Interesting.
Right back to the double time. Yeah, I don't know why they went double time twice. We were expecting all Nomad, and they started out with that Nomad convert for Nomad 4, but then leaving Nomad 3 and Nomad 2 open.
Yeah, because I don't know why you would pick double time here, because that's just going to bring Lexi, Sekre, Colin back in. Or potentially Decreeper.
Yeah, there we are. There's the Creeper.
I guess it's just their best map as a team they have left, which is, that's what it is. That's the best logical pick.
You just got to go for it and hope for the best.
We'll see what Ukraine can muster on potentially the final pick of the match. A very popular pick this weekend, double time 1. And it is about to get underway. No substitutions on the Ukrainian side. So Colin, Lexi, and Decreeper for the USA. Just a couple droplet misses from Ukraine.
Yeah, very solid start so far. So we're approaching 150 combo. Shadow Bolt's going to find the first miss.
Yeah, just before that 200 mark, Shadow Bolts is going to go down. And he will find yet another miss from Shadow Bolts. So USA now in the driver's seat. Violet Feats. Ooh, now things are really tough for Ukraine here. USA sprinting away. And yet another miss from Violet Feats is really going to put Ukraine behind. Already almost at the halfway point. This map is not long at all.
Yeah, 1 minute 46 seconds. That might be the shortest map we've seen this stream.
But there is still a lone hope for Ukraine. The SS residing with Nyaruko. They could just be going for a moral victory, getting a single FC. They have yet to do that this match.
Feats did find another miss there, but Shadow Bolts, he's up there as well. Almost 500 combo.
A good little recovery out of Shadow Bolts right now. Unfortunately for Ukraine, it's just no misses from Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Osketch World Cup. Dolan here, and I'll be joined by Luminite for Germany versus Finland. What's going on, man?
Hello, I'm back. I'm the representative. For those who don't know much about Catch, I represent the average player, not experts, but I'm very excited. I've been told very exciting things about this match, so I'm looking forward to it.
All right, yeah, our second closest statistical seed matchup here. Germany, the 15th seed, against Finland, the 18th seed. Germany coming in a little bit lower than I think most people expected. Most people probably had this team higher up towards that 10th slot, but I'll have to play Finland as a result, and Finland are a tough team to go against. They were one of the toughest low seeds back in the day, high seeds. And these are two veteran squads here, so these players quite familiar with one another. And if you look at the qualifier results, these skill sets are quite evenly distributed. So when we get a look at this map pool here, we'll be able to see kind of how things are going to break down. But these teams were basically dead even. They were pretty much dead even across the board. Germany kind of taking the slight edge in Hard Rock and Double Time. Finland favored in Hidden. And in Nomad, it's split. Germany's favored on the specifics, Finland on the converts. And then there's Mixed Mod, which who knows how that's really going to go. So we should be in for a good match.
Yeah, that's definitely the answers right off the bat. Some of the few questions that I asked like last time I was here. I was like, all right, so if you had to describe to someone who really loves watching Catch World Cup but isn't familiar with this high-ended tournament play, what would you say is the most important thing for you to say about Team Germany, about Team Finland, and what can we expect the picks and the bans and how close points are going to be between these two teams?
Well, Team Germany, of course, a lot of people forget about Catch back in the day. They're actually a highly decorated team. They have a silver medal and 2 bronzes, and they were actually the team that faced South Korea for the first time in Grand Finals when they won their first title. Korea did. Talking about Korea. So that's the year they were second place. And they've got one of their players back in No Kuroi from those years, and they've been kind of slowly improving over the past few years. They kind of dipped off since the old days, but they've been coming back. And this placement was a little surprising to a lot of people because most people, I think, had them higher than 15th. I certainly did. But Finland are a really solid dark horse team, like every year. You see them back in when you had group stages, you would see them typically high seed or sometimes low seed. And when they were low seed, it was group of death scenario. They are definitely capable of upsetting some of the teams above them. And that's why this is a really tough matchup for both teams, because both these teams are good. Finland, especially good in the early stages, with players like Yurdi, veterans, Asumi. They are going to be monsters on Hidden, especially on the converts. So that's why you see they're taking time with these bans here. And the ban is actually going to be Nomad 3, so that is a convert. Kind of the more streamy convert pick. So that's going to be sniped. Finland now. I would not be surprised to see Nomad 1. They did terrible on Nomad 1 in the qualifiers. It was literally their worst map, I believe, statistically compared to all the others. But, I mean, we could see a Hard Rock or Double Time ban just because Germany's pretty good on those. Wouldn't be surprised to see Hard Rock 1 or Double Time 1. Or
so for more background, right? If you had to distinguish between these two teams, would you say that they're evenly matched on every single mod, or when it comes to Hidden, Hard Rock, and Double Time? Because Mixed Mod can be an absolutely total different thing. But when it comes to those 3 core mods, would you say that one team has an advantage over the other, or is it they're so evenly matched in all 3?
I would say one team does have a slight edge, that being Germany, because Germany has the edge in 2 of those mods, I would say, Hard Rock and Double Time. at least just going on by the qualifier results. And that pool is designed to test these teams pretty hard.
They're going to go for the Hard Rock 2 ban, contrary to your prediction.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't bad at the Hard Rock specific. It's just that Germany across the board on the specifics, they did better than Finland on most occasions. So, and also that is kind of, there's a few technical tricks in Hard Rock 2 that kind of make it really difficult. A few memory patterns that you just got to practice, and if you don't have a confident 3-player roster for it, then I can understand getting rid of it. And Hard Rock 1 is actually not that difficult compared to the other speed maps in the pool. But Finland are actually going to open things up here with Mixed Mod 2. Or Mixed Mod 3, or I'm confused who's picking first, because both captains stated a pick, I believe.
Well, the color of the pick is blue. I'm going to say it was Finland.
Yeah, so that would be harder. I mean, I'm guessing. I mean, it's on Mixed Mod 2, so we'll see. I'm sure it'll get sorted out here. If they start playing, then this is obviously what they picked. But Mixed Mod, Mixed Mod is going to be really interesting between these two teams, I feel like, because it could be a toss-up. Because both these teams have at least one capable Hard Rock player, at least one capable Hidden player, and adequate no mod fill.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about yesterday. The thing about Mixed Mod is like, it's finding this balance between wanting to have a strong mod showing without sacrificing too much in the process. You want to have that balance between, we have a strong Hard Rock player, we have a strong no mod player, but it's all about filling in that third spot, which usually is that no mod. That third spot is really what finds the balance between mod performance and then just having like a rock to depend on.
So on the Mixed Mod here for the Hidden players, it'll be Ganoshi for Germany, Jonsku for Finland, Hard Rock players, Marvmello for Germany, Asami for Finland, and it'll be
Marvmello starting with a 1000 combo already. He's so good.
Yeah, there we go.
So good, he gets that advantage right there.
Yeah, just the Marvmello buff. But now things getting settled in, client has sorted out. It's just a minuscule advantage right now for Germany at the moment based off... Well, actually, everyone's SSing, so it's actually tied. It's just flickering.
This is, go ahead.
Say first quarter down here, coming into the first Ki.
Ooh, some of these patterns are kind of brutal.
Ganoshi does get caught out there, so advantage Finland. And Asami does trade. He's a Hard Rock player, so that actually favors Germany. Hard Rock weighted more than Hidden. Hidden and no mod the same.
And Ganoshi already coming back up to that 200 combo gap.
Yep, and as Asami recovers, Germany should have an advantage unless there is a miss. And you can see now that advantage just slightly starting to grow, but it's still really close, just over the halfway mark. So now, all players back up to that 200, and it is a small lead for Germany, roughly 10,000. That is less than one miss. Coming up to the final quarter of the map. Still 4 SS's intact. 2 apiece.
The score difference between these two teams is extremely small.
Yeah, this would be a huge opening break point if Germany could snatch this one, but Finland are right on their heels, so they have no room for error. No mistakes can be made on either side here. And Ganoshi does drop! Awesome!
So does Asami, though.
That's gonna take it back to Germany. Oh my goodness. But Ganoshi's got to be careful, too, not to miss again here, because that could flip it. But it looks like Germany are going to get this amazing break point here. by the skin of their teeth as Asumi drops at the end. And that's 14K.
Wow. That was a crazy ending there. Definitely I would say one of the more brutal maps in terms of precision. Really Genoshi and Asumi really tripping up there. 3 double S's across the board though. No Curry, Marv Mello, and Johnsku.
Yeah, Nikolai getting the full combo just with a droplet miss. Good for an FC. So it literally just came down to those two, Genoshi and Asumi's misses, their timing, and the weight of the mods. So now Germany will have a chance to capitalize on that break point and take a 2-point lead if they can get this pick right here and convert it into another point.
You know, breakpoints are always so. I feel like breakpoints are probably the most important kind of point category in any tournament because, yeah, sure, it recognizes that there's no longer this back and forth kind of dynamic, but I think what's more important about breakpoints is the morale factor that's behind it, especially when the two teams are so close. It's like, oh crap, we could have gone back and forth, we could have gone a tiebreaker. It's like, oh crap, now we have to get a point back on them in order to have that equalization back. So it ramps the pressure up, and that can really affect team performance.
Mm-hmm. And no surprise here from Germany. They're going to open up with Hard Rock 1, going straight to Hard Rock. Inuryuka coming in with no Kuroi and Miafu. Nikolai, Jonsku, and we'll see who the third for Finland is going to be here. That was a very close opening point, and you know Finland really wanted to get that one. It's going to be Asumi stepping back in for Finland on the Hard Rock. We'll see if any of these players also take hidden. Might see that from Jonsku.
So definitely a short map here. Both picks a little shorter, on the shorter side of things. Whenever you have a shorter map, you want to consider how brutal misses are, because the combo obviously it depends on node density in regards to any map. But the shorter the map, especially with a song like this, as you can kind of hear, once you find misses past that 200 combo gap, they're way more.
Oh, they're brutal.
Way more punishing. Yeah, way more punishing than if it was 4 minutes long. You have an extra 2 minutes for someone else to mess up, but you have that condensed amount of time, and that's really brutal.
We'll see how this one plays out. So Germany looking for that 2-0 lead off the break point. And I guess we're waiting for the client to sync up because for some reason Nearfood does not have mods.
Here we go. We're gonna try again.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Somebody's playing no mod out there.
Nearfew, he decided to decline the Hard Rock this time around.
So it looks like there was an early miss from Jonsku, and that's advantage Germany. But again, a very early miss. That is kind of when you want them, very early or very late, if you're going to have them at all.
Mm-hmm. He's only about 20 fruits behind everyone else.
Yeah, so only about 20 combo really going to be lost there. So Finland are still in a great position here to capitalize if Germany provide a miss, but so far, trip SS's from them. Finland, 2 SS's on the board right now. Halfway through already, as you alluded to, a very short map.
Really gonna want to see some kind of some slip up from Germany for Finland to want to come back from this, assuming all these players continue to nail the map. We still have a third left to go, and
okay, here we go.
Asumi finding a miss.
He gets caught out, and now Finland are really in trouble here. Final quarter of the map, Germany. Now with a pretty good lead, over 100k. They're going to take this point. And Finland, well played, just unfortunately that miss from Asabi sank their chances. And as it turns out, it looks like Germany was never going to give them a chance to begin with. That is going to be a 3-way SS, so
wow.
the miss of Jonsku would have cost them the match or the point anyway. Unreal.
Yeah, triple-double S on the side of Germany. Nikolai with a double S as well. The other two Finnish players finding a little bit of trouble with this map, but it was only one miss each. Yeah, there was absolutely no room for error here. And right off the bat, the Finnish players found a small error that was not going to go their way at all.
Yep, and now looking at the map pool, man, we might see Hidden here. Or Mixed Mod 1.
Yeah, I was going to actually say they might go right back to Mixed Mod 1.
Or No Mod 4 because it's a convert. And it is No Mod 4, yeah. I was like, they've got to go back to something that they know is kind of more in their favor, and that would be at least a convert here. So this is going to be the technical convert pick here. I don't know what is going on in the lobby. More timers are being set.
There we go. Was really waiting.
We need the details.
I was really waiting for that song to be over. I was kind of getting, my ears are kind of getting driven insane by that.
Yep. Because I knew this was a long map, I just forgot the exact length. It's 3 minutes 50 seconds, nearly 4 minutes in length. AR 9.3. So basically a no mod convert consistency test. And some substitutions. We see Botburger stepping in for Finland. Ganoshi stepping in for Germany.
So there's some interesting culinary advice going on in the chat. If you ever have cold fries, heat them in a pan, and they'll be crispy again. Just in case you ever have cold fries, you know, now you know.
Oh, now the referee is stepping in to intervene in this food discussion. The pan seems to be more efficient, but anyway. I'm sure they'll argue about it after this pick.
Fruits first, then fries later.
Now, speaking of culinary... So 3 minutes and 50 seconds of no mod. The Wiggles, angry Yuzu dances, warming up the fingers. The opening spinner. There are several of them in the map. And it is going to be Finland winning on this spinner.
On the contrary to my point earlier about length of map, it's always a little. I feel like it's slightly unsettling whenever a team is like more strong on a longer map, because even though they have that advantage on paper, if they mess up on a map this long, because there's so much time for them to mess up, it could just be equally as devastating as messing up on a short map.
True, if you get several misses improperly timed. But everyone reaching the 200 combo mark with no problems whatsoever, no droplet misses to be seen either. It is just a spinner difference at the moment in favor of Finland. A quarter of the map is down. Still plenty left to go. Now Germany were not slouches on no mod converts themselves in the qualifiers.
Everyone holding absolutely perfect so far. The only difference being Finland winning on the spinner. Already approaching the halfway mark. I'm not gonna lie, it has not felt like it's been it hasn't felt like it's been that long, but we're already halfway there.
Yeah, because no one has missed. There's just, it seems like that nothing's been happening, but there's just been not a single droplet missed by any 6 of these players. And now, there it is, the halfway break. Here comes another spinner. Germany didn't seem to be able to close any of that gap in that small little spinner. Maybe they pulled 1 banana back at the most. It's still about 15,000 points in favor of Finland at the moment. That is still less than a miss. Oh, and Botberger is going to go down the first miss.
Ooh.
And this could be absolutely devastating. Germany with a chance.
This is exactly what I was talking about at the very beginning of the map.
Yeah, but Finland are still in a position. I mean, we could see a double miss. Anything could really happen here. But Germany's consistency has just been so good this match so far, so I don't think it's likely we'll see a double miss. But Finland need help. They need at least a single miss because they had a spinner advantage. So if they get a single miss, they could pull this back in time if it happens soon. But they are running out of time, and Germany is showing no signs of that. But a droplet miss from Marvelo, that's it. That's the only thing, and they need a miss.
We're heading into the final seconds. You are right, Finland is in striking distance.
23K, they are right there. That is a miss. But Germany, no, they just have to bring it home. No chokes, and that point is theirs. And it's going to be a single miss from Botberger. Are you serious? Everyone hits the final streams, and that is going to seal the deal. Germany will not give them a single chance.
So Marvelo finding a droplet miss, Botberger finding an actual miss. If he did not miss there, Finland would have gotten that point by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, that's tragic though, that just one miss cost the point. I mean, Finland put in a great team score there as well. I mean, they did everything they could. That is some phenomenal play there from Germany. So now Germany will have the pick, and up 3-0. They really just need to convert this pick to really put Finland in that mental corner. And just sad for Finland, they have been right there, not far behind on several of these maps.
Dare I say, all 4 of these maps, quite frankly.
Yeah, they have been, all 3 of the maps have been competitive so far. But we'll see where Germany decide to go. No more Hard Rock left for them. And the thing is, everything else in the pool, like, I would honestly, if I were them, I would pick Nomad 1 or Double Time. And they're going to go DT1, a very popular pick this weekend. Probably one of the most picked maps. Along with Hard Rock 1. Wizards Tower, a absolute banger of a song as well. But this is probably going to be the most important point of the match from here on out, because if Finland are going to take a break point, they need to do it now to get some momentum back in their corner.
Yeah, and especially right now, too, it's better than to do it when Germany's already at 4. They're already at that striking distance of winning the match. If they begin now, they have, assuming worst case scenario, well, worst but best case scenario, assuming Germany gets a point, they still have some more time to get their momentum back up.
The Double Time 1 results in the qualifiers. Germany was 7th, Finland was 17th, so good reason for Germany to pick a Double Time specific. But this is a different beast than the qualifiers. It's a bit easier. Qualifiers is a bit harder. So far, no mistakes in the early going as we approach the 200 combo mark. No misses to be found. Oh, Nikolai will drop, though, as I say that. So Germany in front. 3 FCs to 2. Niafru, though, is going to find a miss. So that miss from Nikolai is traded back. And Finland will have enough time to capitalize on that miss and tie this up. Oh, Bopper
yep.
down.
We're halfway through the map. Extremely short. Only 1 minute 46.
He just left a little too early. Unfortunate. And Germany, with only 1 miss, 2 FCs intact, to only 1 on Finland.
Oh!
He's going to go down, though, so wait a minute. Hold on, and Finland have all combos over 200. They are there. They're ready to capitalize off this miss. So this is not over yet.
That is exactly what Finland needed.
Coming to the end, that score gap is flickering. It is getting very close. 1,000 points of difference in the lead.
Niafru fighting a miss at the very end!
That is exactly what Finland needed. To the end, it will be Finland taking their first point, and it's a break point. That is huge for them.
This is what Team Finland needed.
It'll be a 30k win for Finland in the end. SS is coming out of Nokaroi and Jonsku. They are the only FCs as well. Finland desperately needed a point, and they have the pick.
This is break points again. I come back to morale. On the other side of it, Finland, if I was on Team Finland right now, I'd be like, all right, we can do this. This is our time. We got it. We might have not started out exactly the way we wanted to, but from here on out, we got this. This is going to re-energize Team Finland. This is exactly what they needed.
However, there's a problem that Finland are now having to confront. Either they go into hidden, which, Germany has a decent hidden lineup as well, or they go for Mixed Mod 1 here. That's the big decision. Or they go for a no mod specific here, but this is the tech pick here. No mod 2. I was going to say, I don't see them picking no mod 1 ever. So hidden is just not being touched. Maybe both teams just kind of scared of each other's hidden roster. This is interesting. Nevertheless, they're willing to dance around it.
The closer and closer we get to these teams approaching tiebreaker, they're going to have to overcome their fears and possibly dip their feet into that hidden pool.
Of course, Finland just might say, hey, we're pretty much confident on everything left in the pool aside from no mod 1. So we'll just try to force Germany to pick it.
That's true. That's a great strategy as well.
If you could force your opponent into picking a map that you have a decent chance at taking, that's good too. But nevertheless, Finland will need to take this pick here if they want a chance at a comeback. Nikolai is apparently getting a mid-game snack.
He's almost done with his fries. I actually have some McDonald's in my kitchen.
Oh,
bought 40 McNuggets last night.
Good. Anyway.
I eat very healthy.
So you said McDonald's, not Chick-fil-A. You messed up.
What's it called? McDonald's nuggets are better than...
Anyway, not a
Chick-fil-A
sponsored
nuggets.
thing at all. Buy banners, please.
That was a terrible segue.
Yeah, I had to try to save it, man.
Janitorial would be disappointed in you.
We're still waiting on the pick, though. I guess apparently it takes some fries to come up with a pick. That kind of be dangerous, though. Your fingers would get greasy.
Oh yeah, it is dangerous for sure.
I hope you have napkins or wipes.
Or wet wipes. That would be the way I go. So I just got. I want to actually answer this question before the point starts. Apparently, many people have been asking who I am.
Oh, this is Luminite.
Yes, my name is Luminite. I was known as Incandescent in the past. I am very big in Osu Taiko. I pulled for Taiko World Cup for 2 years in a row now. I've been casting over there for 5 years in a row now. But I absolutely love Catch the Beat. I've been playing Catch the Beat on the side for just as long as I've been playing Taiko. And when I started casting for the World Cup, I was like, why not? Why not do Catch too? Because I love it. So here I am.
There you have it. And here is the pick, Nomad 2. Looks like it's going to be No Kuroi, Marvmelo, and Vinci 007 making his first appearance of the match against Nikolai Jonsku and Botburger for Finland. So it looks like we're getting a panic button clickaroo here. There wasn't a board, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, it looks like one of the players was on the wrong team.
Ah.
Very important. So now we're going to get going here on Nomad 2, the 5th pick of this match. Finland's pick. Everybody hits that opening jump section. Again, a short map here, AR 8.82 minutes, just over 2 minutes in length. Nikolai is going to find the first miss for Finland.
It is a little early though, but it is a bit of 90 combo difference, so it is going to be a little bit, it's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it'll definitely give Germany a slight lead, but a double miss from Marvmelo and Vinci 007 is going to hand that advantage right back to Finland. They now lead by a miss and a half. But Vinci struggling even further. We're only just over a third of the way through, essentially, approaching that halfway mark soon. And this is a pretty hefty lead here for Finland, approaching about 80k, nearly 100k, about 80,000 points, I'd say, at the moment.
It is so weird that on the 4-minute map, it was halfway through so fast, and I'm like, oh, we're only halfway through this map?
Things change quick here, man.
Lots of energy in the chat for Finland to come back. They are holding extremely strong right now, heading into these final sections. Vinci finding a miss on the side of Germany, setting Finland up for success here.
Yeah, Finland looking really good on the Nomad specific tech map here. And the consistency is finally shining through for them. Maybe Vinci is his first map, but the match just needs to knock the rust off a little bit. But Jonsku is finally going to trade one of those misses back, but they have built up a pretty nice lead.
Almost 200,000 points.
Yeah, Germany's going to need, they need essentially a complete team miss, and maybe then some. No, a team miss would flip it at this point. But
oh, Vinci finding a miss at the very end, yeah.
Yep. And it looks like it is going to be Botburger and No Kuroi, the only FCs remaining. No Kuroi will come home with the SS Botburger, one droplet miss, and Finland on the board once again. They convert their pick for the first time. It's 3-2.
So now we have... I'm sorry, I interrupted you, sir?
It's like, nah, go ahead. Germany have the pick next.
I was going to say, thinking about Germany being the next pick, they have no mod 1 and a bunch of mod picks left.
I mean, the thing is, no mod 1 is kind of a coin flip map, but you may have to kind of consider that as your last resort, because Finland did not do that great in the no mod 1 map, the qualifiers. It was one of their worst maps. But again, it is kind of that coin flip-ish map where, you know, you can miss on basically everything.
The question is Germany going to go for no mod 1, which is coin flip?
Or it's hidden.
I would say I would say they would go for double time, right? I feel like that would be.
Yeah, but
It's so tough actually because like you said, you talked about the qualifiers,
yeah,
but this is a totally different thing, and that is where Finland got their break point.
Hidden 2. Now, despite the fact that this is the hidden convert pick and Germany's picking it, this is a very low AR map, low pro trig here. 8.4 hidden. And Germany definitely have experienced hidden players on their team. Inoshi, Marmelo, No Kuroi look to be the roster. We'll see if Finland makes any substitutions here. But the thing about low AR hidden and catch the beat is you can do an ungodly amount of trolling with minimal effort. It's amazing. And if you just miss at the start and miss again somewhere else in the intro, it can be very hard to recover. Just mentally, because you lose that patience, but you have to have the patience. That's the skill set.
Mm-hmm.
Is patience.
That's very well put.
Here. So it takes a tough mental to really play low AR hidden well consistently. Here we go. And only Genoshi electing to stand still perfectly.
Wow.
Everyone else wiggled. Yeah, that's one where if you don't put your keyboard for that like first 20 combo, you're perfectly positioned.
So another short map right out the gate, everyone doing fine.
Yeah, but we should see some misses come in very soon. The first one is coming in from No Kuroi. Finland in the lead here. So hopefully No Kuroi can recover for Germany's sake. I expect Genoshi and Marmelo to do fairly well on this. Finland looking good, looking strong. They performed pretty well on the hidden convert pick in the qualifiers. No surprise to see them do decent on the low AR hidden pick. But quintuple SS is still on the board, nearing the halfway point. Only the miss from No Kuroi deciding the gap here.
Nikolai finding a miss.
Yep, so now that miss will be traded back. Germany now going to start eating up that advantage Finland built. May come down to spinners, who knows? Both teams looking really good on this. These are honestly two of the better teams on hidden here right now, but Marmelo is going to find a miss.
Oh, that's not what Germany wanted.
So Finland,
and another one, and another one!
Double miss from Germany, and Finland looking good. It's 2 FCs to 1. None of the other players have a combo above 200. Nikolai building up to that 200. He's the next highest. And Finland look like they are going to equalize at 3, and the comeback is kind of real here.
It really is. Wow. We're heading into the final notes. It's just too strong of a lead for Finland here.
Yeah, there's no way Germany can overcome this when it's over 100K. Finland have successfully tied this game. And they do it with 2 double S's.
Down 3-0. Finland bringing it back to 3-3. It is their pick now.
I mean, Genoshi also delivering as well, but No Kuroi and Marmelo getting caught out with 2 misses apiece. Nikolai with a single miss. Finland really showing up on that low AR in convert, and
wow, okay. Finland going for the no mod 1.
Yeah. Now, just because they had a bad no mod 1 score in qualifiers doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be terrible on it. It just means, you know, they didn't perform well in qualifiers on demand.
It's that coin flip, like you said earlier.
But this is much easier pool than the qualifiers. AR 9.2, BPM of 170, all right. CS size 4.2, star rating of 4.6. It's just the consistency test. 4 minutes, 10 seconds. It's long. That is the challenge here. And it is a bit coin flippy, but I kind of like that Finland just with no hesitation have come this far and they said, you know what, we danced around hidden. We don't want to go into double time. We'd rather flip the coin than pick a map that they're favored on.
This could be Finland's last pick too. It could be. if they get this point, Germany gets the next point, this will be their last pick.
Yeah, this is a huge gamble here from Finland because if this works out, they are guaranteed a tiebreaker. And this is by far the closest match of the week, and this will be the first, again, even if we don't see tiebreaker 5-3, we haven't had that yet. But again, a lot of people expected this match to deliver, and it's living up to the hype. So round 7, Nomad won, Finland's pick, their last pick of the match. Boy, they have done an excellent job to come back from the hole they dug themselves early. Now the question is, can they take the lead? Again, what we've really seen from both these teams here, Luminite, is that both can be very consistent.
I mean, when we see these high consistency performing teams, it's always just a shocker when any of them drop.
Yeah, and the big shock of the qualifiers was seeing Germany fall to seed 15. That set up this matchup in round of 32, so... Again, no misses to report here. Still quarter of the way through, and not even a droplet miss. These are certainly two veteran countries in the Catch World Cup. They have definitely earned their stripes over the past decade.
My heart's beating faster and faster as we get into this song.
Finland advantage on the spinner. How much? It is only 601 points. 600 points. 2 bananas.
I see all this energy for Finland in the chat. If you love Finland, don't only continue to support them in chat. Please head over to the Osu store and purchase
the ultimate banner for
fancy banner. Only $2.50.
And he didn't curse anyone. Oh my goodness. He is insane. No one has missed yet. It's literally a 2 banana difference. 600 points separating these teams on the Nomad 1 pick. Oh my goodness. Halfway through. Still 2 minutes left to go. So here's where we're really going to see what these players are made of entering the second half. The consistency aspect. It's the final half that really gets to you.
Another spinner.
And Finland actually extend the lead a little bit. It looks like they added maybe another 600 on top of that. It's not more than 2K difference, though.
Worth noting, Botberger did drop a droplet.
Yeah, but that is only going to be... That's not as much as a banana, I don't think. But, I mean, honestly, yeah, it is worth noting, actually.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that a droplet might matter, folks, is pretty insane. And Nerfu misses!
Oh!
Near the end! Oh, this is not good for Germany. Finland, though, the gamble.
Yeah.
The gamble. The consistency test. They redeem themselves for qualifiers here. They still haven't got it yet.
Of all places to miss, that's definitely not where you want to miss. They're going to be able to get back up to the 200 cab.
It's not over yet. Finland still have to bring it home. It's still a 1-miss game. That's very close. And there is still enough time to flip things, so... Nerfu doing everything he can to recover the combo. It's back above 200. But now Germany just are at the mercy of Finland. Will there be a miss? Or will this be a 4th consecutive point for Finland? 4 in a row. With only a single drop.
Wow.
It is. And the miss, even if Nerfu had FC'd, it wouldn't have mattered because Finland outspun. 3 SSs coming in from Nikolai, Jonsku, and No Karoi. An FC from Marmelo as well, just a droplet miss as well with Botberger.
Are we going to see a tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen? Depends on what Germany decides to pick.
So Germany will have the final pick of this match, and it will either be Hidden 1, Double Time, 2 or 3, or Mixed Mod 1. So they have some options here. They have 4 different maps, and I feel like you kind of have to lean toward, maybe Double Time. I would probably say one of the 2 Double Times if you're Germany.
Would definitely have to agree with you on that one.
I just don't think you want to pick the Mixed Mod 1. That just gives them too many options. I think the question is, which of the Double Times are you as a team better on here? I feel like that's the safe pick. And we might see a timeout called by Germany here. This is very much a situation where, a timeout might be warranted. I just hope teams remember they have that. So I would not be surprised to see that, but they are going to pick Mixed Mod 1.
Wow. Definitely not what I expected.
But Finland didn't perform bad on Double Time by any means. They gave them quite a good run for their money, if I'm not mistaken.
The thing about picking Mixed Mod 1 is Finland opened with Mixed Mod 1. Granted, yes, they lost the point. They did still perform well on the map. But the biggest thing about this is, I like what you said earlier, is there's so many question marks when you go into a Mixed Mod. This is, I think, the biggest gamble of all the picks left.
I think both these teams are very comfortable with Mixed Mod in terms of they both have a lineup that is very good for Mixed Mod. Both lineups have capable Hard Rock, Hidden, and No Mod players to fill these gaps. Genoshi probably coming in for the Hidden for Germany. Marmelo will probably play either Marmelo or No Kuroi. I don't know which one. One of them is going to play the Hard Rock. I wouldn't be surprised to see Marmelo.
Now, I understand you put a large amount of channel points on Finland.
Not a large amount. I saw the odds, and I like a good underdog story sometimes. And hey, to be fair, I did pick Finland on the pick'ems. I had this match going to tiebreak. But again, Finland have not won the match yet.
Along with all the morale on the mental that comes with being at this point of the tournament, what we really have to consider now too, as has been alluded in the chat, nerves have got to be off the charts for both of these teams now.
Yeah, which understandably, which I'm surprised neither team decided to call their timeout during that break there. But I guess if you're Finland, I would understand why you wouldn't, because you want to keep the momentum going. You've won 4 in a row.
Yep.
Why would you want to call a timeout? But I'm surprised Germany didn't. But hey, if they knew what they wanted to do and they're ready to roll, then they're ready to roll. And it's going to be Marmelo on the Hard Rock for Germany, Genoshi on Hidden, No Kuroi as the Nomad. For Finland, it will be Asumi on Hard Rock, Jonsku on Hidden, and Nikolai on Nomad.
So this is a moderate length map, almost 3 minutes long.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle, a nice intermediate length map. AR9, so for the Hidden players, this shouldn't be terribly hard. It's not low AR, but it's fairly low. Asumi is going to find the first miss in the match with Hard Rock, though, so that is going to put Germany up for now. But that was a pre-200 miss. He's going to be about roughly 130 combo behind. So just over half a miss there. Nothing else to report, though. Everyone else still assessing. Germany desperately needing this. They are facing elimination from the winner's bracket.
Asumi finding another miss.
Yeah, Genoshi will trade it. Yeah,
but it's not going to matter. Asumi found another miss at the same time.
Yeah, but that definitely stopped Germany from completely running away with this.
Yeah.
Finland are still in a position where they need help, but had Genoshi not missed that scoreboard would have been flying to the left, and this would probably have been almost over. But
Awesome, finding another miss.
really not having a good time, just getting stuck in that mental rut a little bit.
It looks like we might be facing a tiebreaker situation here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a third of the map left.
Hey, Illuminati, how about your first Catch-World Cup match potentially being a tiebreaker, huh?
This would be great. I actually think I've commentated the Catch 4 years in total. This would be the first time I think I commentated a tiebreaker.
Hey, it's about time, man. It's about time.
I'm so excited.
I think the whole community is excited. We have not had a single match go.
Ganoshi finding a miss.
Yeah, but Finland is going to need a lot more help if they want to close this out. They are going to need a complete meltdown, and there's not enough time. Johnsku will trade that miss from Ganoshi, Asumi as well, and we are going to
tiebreaker.
So Germany, good job, able to cut off the momentum of 4 in a row from Finland to avoid the reverse sweep completely. We will see a tiebreaker for the first time this weekend.
Boy, man, I'm so excited.
This, wow, Finland. First of all, what a comeback from Finland, man. Down 3-0, storming up 4-3, forcing Germany to answer their incredible momentum, and Germany able to do so and send this to tiebreaker.
So Dolan, are you someone that buys gum or candy at the store?
Yeah.
Well, might I suggest not doing that one time so you could buy a banner?
Oh man, good idea.
I have to plug it again since we're at tiebreaker.
He's
I have
too
to.
good.
I like how it's funny too because I don't think you expected it. You're like, yeah.
No, I had no idea at all. That was perfect.
I learned my segue skills from janitorial over in Taiko.
Oh man, oh yeah, that's right. I remember Janitor has some pretty amazing segues to banners. But anyway, the tiebreaker here, since we might not be seeing it a lot, but there's only one more match after this. It is going to be from Umeno Himiko. AR 9.2, 5.5 minutes long, CS 4.5, a star rating of 5.47, BPM 173. So this should be, again, you see the difficulty, Collab Overdose. This is probably the only Overdose map of the pool, I would assume.
Except No Mod 2.
Except No Mod 2, yeah. So that should tell you how where we're going, and these players are pretty capable of it. These players are definitely capable of simple overdoses, so we should be in for a treat. And both these teams have shown excellent amounts of consistency today. Now it's just going to come down to who can summon the most of it in this moment. And we're going to get going here. So for Germany, it will be No Karoi, Marvmello, and Nirfu against Nikolai, Jonsku, and Botburger for Finland.
Who is going to advance in the winner's bracket? Who's going to drop to the loser's bracket, have 1 foot out the door for the rest of the tournament? This is going to set the tone, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. The winner of this match will get South Korea in the round of 16. The loser will get Portugal in the loser's bracket as we get into our first tiebreaker of the weekend and potentially only one. Everyone's starting off pretty solid, pretty smooth. It's so important on a lengthy tiebreaker to just get in a rhythm. I mean, you'd think that would be common sense playing a rhythm game, but in a tournament setting, it is easier said than done.
That's for sure.
Let alone tiebreaker setting.
Once again, nerves probably even worse than they were on the last point.
Yep, here comes the spin. And this time, it is Germany, I think, by a banana.
Or might not, because of
wait,
2 droplet misses on Finland.
Yep. Actually, I think it's... I don't even know. It's still too close to tell.
It's extremely close.
It might be Finland by a banana. It is insanely close, or it could just be tied, honestly. I mean, it's not tied because we have a few drop and misses from Finland.
We are only 1/4 of the way through the map. 500. Nikolai! First drop.
Yep, that's going to give the advantage to Germany. First miss of the tiebreaker, Nikolai. But again, there's still plenty of time to overturn that. Tiebreakers also test that recovery game pretty heavily. But so far, no other misses to report. Germany will enjoy the slight advantage as we're a third of the way through it.
As Nikolai hits that 200 cap, there's about 20,000 points between these two teams. Finland's still within striking distance, and we have a lot of time left.
Yeah, Botberger is going to go down again, though. That's another miss for Finland, so that lead is going to grow for Germany. Still no misses for Germany. Botberger just stopped moving there for a second. That was absolutely catastrophic there. Missed several notes. Got it back going, but now Finland are really in trouble, and they're going to need Germany to fall apart pretty soon. We're only halfway through, but on a map like this, a tiebreaker this long, a lead of 100k is just absolutely devastating.
Jonsku, the only FC left on Finland. Nikolai finding another miss, though. We're going to need to see an entire team miss on Germany. But there's still a lot of time left. We're only a little bit more than halfway through.
Yeah, that lead is at 60,000 and growing for Germany, now probably roughly 70k. Still no misses on the German side. No Karoy Marvmelo rocking the SS. Only a drop and miss from Nirfu. And now the break will come and the teams will see the difference. It is roughly 75,000 points in favor of Germany at the break. 1/3 of the map left to go. Germany no.
Botberger doing some dancing there. Kind of risky to do in a tiebreaker, but I respect it.
They're just doing whatever little rituals they have to do to get the rhythm back in them, man, I guess. But Finland know they are trailing and that they need some misses from Germany. But a team miss might put Finland back in it. That's about the only thing I could think of.
Still have 1/3 left.
The consistency for Germany was just so good in the first half of the match. And now it's really coming alive when they need it here in the tiebreaker. But now, here comes the real disc spikes, the final quarter. We'll see if anyone gets caught out. Botberger does. None of the German players get caught on that transition. And this match... Oh, Nirfu does find a drop for Germany, but Finland need far more help than that.
They're gonna need both Norkroy and Marvmelo to miss.
Yeah, Finland need to see some combos from Germany start dropping ASAP, but Germany hanging on, just a single miss from Nirfu. Botberger struggling. Again, Finland have what a comeback on, but it looks like
another miss from Botberger.
Looks like the stamina is just not there from Botberger. Nirfu will trade one of those misses back, but again, there's not enough time. The gap is too big. And Germany will not let it happen. It's no Karoy and Marvmelo coming alive. Jonsku doing everything possible for Finland.
An incredibly well-fought match.
And Germany an outro away from realizing a tiebreaker win through the spinners. And that will be it. Germany hang on. They avoid the seed upset. And they put a thwart on an incredible comeback from Finland, who were down 3-0. But that is going to be it. They will move on to face South Korea. Finland will get Portugal in the losers bracket. Luminite, your thoughts?
What a match. Regardless of the outcome in Finland being in the losers bracket, this has to set the tone for Finnish competitors from here on out. They were down 3-0 and they won 4 points in a row. I mean, that's just amazing. This has been one of the most exciting matches that I've had the opportunity to commentate
Well, we were hoping they would deliver, and they did. It will be Germany fending off the charge from Finland 5-4 to advance to the round of 16 in the winners bracket. Finland to the losers bracket with Portugal. They will go. We will see them next week as well. Only one match remaining in the weekend, and that is going to be Mexico versus Sweden, which I believe
is ongoing.
It kicked off 15 minutes ago, had an unusual start time.
We will be joining them, I believe. And this is one I have a personal stake in.
Oh boy. But yeah, that match should be ongoing, and as soon as we can get in it, we will. Just setting things up, trying to connect to the lobby.
Score currently, as we know, it is 2-0 in favor of Mexico. Mexico winning their first pick and getting a breakpoint on Sweden on the second pick.
So they're in round number 3 at the moment. And this will be the last match of the round of 32. Once again, we want to thank you for tuning into the Oscatch World Cup. Remember, you can buy your banners for any of the teams you want to support, or just one, preferably. I've tried to buy more than one, it didn't work out. Don't recommend it, but here we are.
It'll override.
Yeah, it'll override, 100%. Mexico, Sweden on screen right now, round 3. It's going to be hidden 1. Mexico's pick, they lead. An early miss from Yukitaro Amano. It's the only thing that separates the two. It was a pre-200 miss, though, so Sweden still have a chance here. And Mexico surprising a lot of people by qualifying 10th without their captain Daxaraz present in qualifiers. Mexico 4th place in 2019. Hungry for success.
For those of you who saw me on the prediction stream, I really want to see my favorite team. Quite frankly, I really would love to see Mexico in the podium. CX Lucha finding a miss, though, right in the middle of the map.
Lucha finding a miss. That's going to even things out. And actually, Sweden will be able to take the lead because Yukitaro Amano's miss was before 200 combo. So, should be a small lead for Sweden once things even out.
This is a Mexican pick as well, so this will give Sweden a good chance for a break point as we head into the last fourth of the map.
Oh, but double missed. Yeah, Eclipse and Yukitaro Amano do not hit that section. AC on the only full combo left for Sweden, and Lucha even hit it, so the recovery's going good. And Mexico looking like they will take a 3-0 lead here. Oh, but Lucha, strange miss there, missed a few fruits. But thankfully for Lucha, the teammates backing him up. And into the outro. It will be 3 SS's on the board. 2 from Mexico from X-Grunt and Firu. 1 from Sweden from Asean. So 3-0 Mexico, Sweden. Next to pick. It could potentially be the last pick if they don't get a point on the board. So we'll see what maps were banned and what maps have already been picked shortly. We'll get an idea of how this match has gone so far.
It may be mid-match, but once again, I have to pose the question: what should we remember? What's the most important things for anyone to know about Team Mexico and Team Sweden?
I would say Mexico. They're really, really good at just mods in general. They have a decent speed lineup, particularly on Hard Rock and Hidden as well, as you just saw. They're not a bad Hidden team by any means. So I think they would actually probably love the addition of Mixed Mod. They're going to be strong in that bracket. But the thing is, they just tend to have some consistency issues in the later stages of the tournament from time to time. But in these early rounds, they're definitely a dangerous threat. Sweden, though, a veteran country. They actually have a bronze medal in the Catch World Cup to their names back from 2014. Indeed, they do. So they have that one up on Mexico statistically. A better best finish. But it's been quite some time. They've been a perennial kind of low seed in group stages, typically. But you usually didn't want to get them just because they're very experienced. They usually play together a lot every year. And it is going to be Mixed Mod 1 coming out from Sweden. And again, I feel like this is a tough matchup for Sweden because they have similar skill sets here that overlap. Mm-hmm. And that's always terrible to be the underdog in the matchup where skill sets overlap.
Yeah.
But, that kind of means you just have to risk it. And Sweden have enough experience where they're not afraid to risk it against a team like Mexico. They're just going to go out there, do what needs to be done to get the point. I mean, this was one of the two teams that was involved in that tie that happened 4 times in a row where they played a single map 5 times to get a point. So Sweden have been around the block. It looks like things are set here. We're going to see Muragaki come in for Mexico with Führer and Cowboy, Datapan, Asean, and Yukiteru Amano for Sweden. It should be very interesting. I feel like both these teams are really going to love the mixed mod bracket, so maybe not so much playing it against each other.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this is closer to no mod 1 for these teams in the sense that they're both good at the kind of both the mods. It's going to come down to the consistency ultimately. That's been the story of the day. And here we go. Mixed mod 1. Sweden need a point to start something. And we'll see how the mods line up for both teams. It is going to be Muragaki and Yukiteru Amano on the no mods. For the hidden, it'll be Führer and Asean, and for Hard Rock, Cowboy and Datapada.
That's fun to say.
It is Datapada. Oh, and they're all gonna listen to the intro.
It is a pretty intro.
Love it when they don't skip. But here we go. So Sweden looking to get on the board, and I think this is very much a pick they could do it on. They definitely have the skill sets. It will all boil down to the consistency here. Yeah, it's quite a catchy beat. No misses so far, no droplet misses, no nothing. So still tie game.
Ooh, Asean going to be the first person to find a miss on Team Sweden.
Yep, so that's going to put the advantage in Mexico's favor, but it was the hidden player. Again, the Hard Rock is weighted more than Hidden and No Mod. Hidden and No Mod are both a 1.0x. Hard Rock is a 1.12. I believe. Oh, Yukiteru Amano, and now Mexico really looking comfortable, cruising now. Sweden are going to need some help. Asean finding yet another miss. And Mexico looking super consistent.
Asean finding yet another miss. Datapada, the only FC left on Team Sweden.
And Datapada, the high AR juggernaut for Sweden. Fear will be the first Mexican miss, but Sweden are going to need a lot more help than that. They still have some time, though. They have about a quarter of the map left.
Cowboy and Muragaki both holding double S's. Datapada holding a double S as well. The last 1/4 of the map.
Yep, Yukiteru Amano getting that combo above 200. Aseon's almost there as well. Firu with another miss. Now Sweden with 3 combos above 200. So they're going to be able to punish that miss. They might need just one more. They're running out of time. Yukiteru will drop Aseon. That's a double miss for Sweden, and that will seal the deal. Mexico take a 4-0 lead and the pick.
Three double S's, 2 on Mexico, 1 Swedish double S from Datapada. Everyone else finding a little bit of trouble, whether it be a droplet miss or actually all 3 of them finding a combo break. It is so weird. It's so weird coming off of a coming off of a match like Germany and Finland.
Oh yeah, right into this. All the hype. It's like there were so many points on the board. Now there's only 4.
Mexico in a match point. It is their pick. And go
DT.
straight into DT2, no hesitation.
So K-pop enjoyers rejoice. Double time 2. Wheel special twice from Zootopia, the platter. I don't know if they're gonna play Nightcore. That'd be really funny if they did, though.
Agreed. Although I don't think my ears would enjoy it, but it would be funny nonetheless.
Let's see if they do a funny here. And the referee says no to that.
No Nightcore. In caps. No.
Stop! I'm sick of this. I'm sick of you asking for it. Read the rules. We're gonna drive our officials insane.
Lucha coming in for Firu. It's so fun being able to understand the Spanish. I do speak Spanish, so...
Yeah, he's known around, most people just call him Chalucha. Or CX Lucha. One of the two. But quite a popular name. Been around many years.
The one I always remember is Cowboy, just because it's like... kind of weird to me. You expect someone from the United States team to be named Cowboy.
Yeah, you'd expect like me to be Cowboy because I'm from Texas or something. But hey, they have ranches in Mexico, all right?
True, we do.
They have cowboys down there.
We do.
But here we go, on to double time 2. Chalucha is going to take Hidden. The Hidden player. Throwing on the HD. So let's see if Sweden can manage to take a point on double time or if they will inevitably be swept. The consistency of Mexico has just been outstanding these past few maps.
I'm not a K-pop person, but I do like this song.
Quite catchy.
Everyone holding strong, all 6 players.
Yeah, not a single droplet miss. Clearly a bunch of K-pop enjoyers. And they're tied on spinner. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Oh my
Exact
goodness.
tie. Exact same. Wait,
Oh, it's flickering now.
what changed? Oh, nope, nothing. Nothing.
What did change? Oh.
It may be just a 1 banana lead for Sweden. We'll know at the end, I guess. Oh, but a droplet miss from Yukiteru Amano. And Muragaki.
And one from Muragaki, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like Yukiteru found 2 droplets, though. He's a little bit underneath Muragaki.
But that's literally all there is to report. The only miss is it might come down. I don't have to spin at the end here. Here's the kind of
my
slow
God.
breakdown section where things get a little bit technical here.
Uragaki and Yukiteru were at the same accuracy for a little bit, then Yukiteru went right underneath.
It is 200 points. It is 200 points. It's a single banana. A single banana gives Mexico the lead. Bananas were 300, I believe. So it's all on the line here. Very close. Who is going
Yukiteru
to
finding
take it?
another
Oh,
droplet miss.
Mexico might have eked it from them. Are they going to steal it? Here's a spinner at the end. Sweden spinning for their lives, and Mexico
Oof.
are going to end it right here by 300 points. Sweden will not get the point. Mexico spin to win at the end for the sweep. 5-0. SS is coming out of Chlucha, Cowboy, and Datapada. FCs from literally everyone. though.
Everyone.
Everybody FC'd. It came down to spinners. And unfortunately for Sweden, it was not enough to get them a point on the board. So Mexico concluding the match with a bang. Very exciting
Yes.
conclusion. Unfortunately for Sweden, they unable to get a point. They will go down to the losers bracket. Let's see who they will face.
Felicidades to Team Mexico. Congratulations for those of you who don't speak Spanish.
Sweden will face Turkey, the 26th seed, so that should be an entertaining match. But Mexico, your winners, they move on to face Taiwan in the round of 16, the 7th seed.
Buena suerte. El próximo semana.
There you go.
You have any idea what I said, Dolan?
I'm going to have to break out my Spanish for this. No.
Ah, good one, good one.
Yeah, you see, I did
Good
it
luck
there?
next week.
Yep, and we're going to get a look at the bracket. There you can see Mexico, Sweden. Mexico on the right side of the bracket there. They will face Taiwan. That is how our winners bracket is looking. So our first weekend of matches in the books. All 16 of them concluded. We only got one tiebreaker in Germany and Finland. But it has set up a slew of good matches next weekend. We see that France-Italy match looking quite spicy. Canada-Russia, Taiwan-Mexico should be pretty insane as well. Chile-Australia should be interesting. And here's the losers bracket. So these teams will be playing in elimination matches next week. Israel, Japan, Thailand, Netherlands, Argentina, Malaysia, Colombia, Vietnam, Portugal, Finland, Turkey, Sweden, Belgium, Ukraine, and United Kingdom, Norway. Well, Luminite,
All right.
what'd you think of that?
That was what a fantastic conclusion to the round of 32. I mean,
Hey, you got to see a tiebreaker and you got to see Mexico win.
yeah, I mean, I think I tracked off all the boxes. I think I don't think I'm gonna commentate this World Cup anymore. I think I'm gonna retire mid tournament. So I hope you enjoyed. No, I'm just kidding.
Amazing.
But no, that seriously, that was actually really awesome. I think both the boxes were checked. I got a tiebreaker, and I got to see my favorite team win. So, great conclusion for me. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Well, that is going to do it for us for the matches. We will be having a map pool showcase sometime later on this weekend, or I don't know when that's going to happen, but there'll be a map pool showcase for the round of 16 next week at some point. So be sure to follow the channel so you don't miss that whenever that happens.
Wait, hold on. I think we're being told that we're going to go straight into it.
Yeah, it's going to happen in 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Didn't know who was casting it.
You should still follow the channel, though. You should definitely still do that.
You should do that if you haven't. It just makes sense. Why not? You're already here.
Yeah, you're already here. Just a little bit of energy to move your mouse and press that button. I believe that neither I or Dolan will be joining you for the showcase.
No, I think that's going to be it for you and I. We're going to turn it into the hands of some capable people who know a lot of in-depth stuff about catch maps.
Yes.
Creating them. So we're going to let the experts do that. And we will see you all for the Map Pool Showcase if you want to stick around for that. It's always exciting to see what maps are going to be played, what custom maps we have, and how the map pools work out. But anyway, that's going to be it for the round of 32 in the 2022 Oshkosh World Cup. We will see you next week. We have our stage set for the round of 16. We'll be back with the Map Pool Showcase in about 10 minutes. We'll see you then.
sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
Thank you everyone for waiting patiently. So good to see you all still hanging around. I'm JB Hyperion, joined by Luminite for the Oscatch World Cup 2022 Map Pool Showcase for the round of 16.
Yeah, I lied to you all. I'm actually here. I was not supposed to be here, but here I am. One of my favorite people ever, JBH, needed some assistance.
Only
so
one of your favorites? Man, I'm gonna work harder. But no, so we got a slightly bigger mod pool coming out this weekend, for next weekend, sorry, because we're going to be moving to best of 11, so it'll be 6 games to win. So we're going to have 1 extra map in both all of Hidden, Hard Rock, and Double Time. So there's going to be 4 no mod, 3 Hidden, 3 Hard Rock, 4 Double Time, still 2 mixed mod, and then of course 1 tiebreaker. And just as before, we're going to try and break it down as half specifics, some of which will be custom maps, so we'll kind of let you know which are those and who mapped them and where you can find them after the showcase is done, and of course which ones are converted difficulties from OS mode. So we're going to have a step up in difficulty, but before we kind of try and hypothesize too much, let's just get right into it and see what maps are going to be on offer for our 32 still remaining teams in the round of 16. And we're going to start off Nomod 1, Cosmica by Nato. This one is a custom map produced for us by Nosuri or Momox from the Philippines, if you haven't been keeping up with recent name changes. This is going to be circle size of 5, a length of 2.5 minutes, and an approach rate of 9.4, with quite the doubled BPM sections in some of the more dense parts later on. And it's going to be mapped in a swing style, so you'll see a lot of these little kind of sharp tap dashes, a lot of them into and out of anti-flow as well, which the circle size 5 makes for quite a precision test.
So as I've been doing in all of the matches I've been casting, I want to take on a more questionary role. In Cash World Cup, as we try to do in Taiko, do you try to keep all of the picks in every pool the same across round of 32 to the end, or do the roles shift within pools?
I don't think it's kind of rigidly designed in a way where like Nomod 1 is always the consistency pick and Nomod 2 is always like the stream pick or something like that. Like it has been kind of that case in the round of 32, and a lot of people did mention that Nomod 1 was, even for a consistency pick, perhaps a little bit too easy, and the fact that it got banned, I think, in pretty much every map does show that the stronger teams didn't want the weak teams to play it. So hopefully this is a bit of a departure from that. It's got some calmer sections that you can see right now, but the more intense sections offer quite a lot of very rapid direction changes and some very high density stacks and streams like that.
Getting really crazy in this little section right here.
Yeah, it's very kind of map of two halves with a calm, flowing, like melodic section, and then this kind of breakdown technical section as well. We see some hyper slider extensions there. Very high slider velocity throughout, as we saw in Nomod 2 pick in from the previous pool.
Definitely with circle size 5, a test of precision, I would say.
Yes, certainly a lot more so than what we've seen previously. Like I said, quite snappy, so stopping right on time and turning around in good order is going to be very important for a map of that caliber. So, ironically, it's kind of a reverse way around in this mod pool, in that Nomod 2 is going to be more of the consistent difficulty pick. This one is Seiryu's Time to Air from Ascendance, who is a name, of course, should all know.
I actually don't know who that is.
You don't know who Ascendance is?
I'm just kidding.
I think that's cap, as the kids say. Approach rate of 9.3, circle size of 4.1, so 4 with slight extra steps. 2 minutes in length, and 191 BPM. There's a large focus on 1/2 jumps, but also some kind of bursty little 1/4 sections as well. So although it's only 2 minutes in length, this one is in some ways kind of a stamina pick because you're spending very little time not dashing really. Whereas in Cosmica there are kind of a few periods where you can allow yourself to kind of flow and relax and glide between patterns. This one is kind of very much, you're always moving in one direction or the other.
I mean, from my perspective, it looks generally like a more generic. I don't want to say generic because it somewhat has a little bit of a negative connotation in the mapping, but it's like more traditional. I think that's a better way to put it.
Familiar
like
is probably kind of the word I would use. Something that people who play the game at this level will likely have played something like it before.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a fairly kind of standard rhythm game kind of map. Lots of half jumping and also some kind of 1/4 chains as well. So as we said, 4 maps in the Nomod pool, 2 down, which means the remaining 2 are our converted difficulties. So we're going to be moving on now to Nomod 3, and I want to see lots of cat jams in the chat for this one. Noah's overtime, 4 minutes in length or just a little bit shy thereof. Approach rate of 9.4, circle size of 3.8, but low BPM of 138. And that slightly lower circle size is going to be quite important because there are sliders of all different shapes and sizes, dash strengths in this one. Some really, really quite odd shapes coming into and out of dashes and hyper dashes, which requires pretty good catcher control, I have to say.
So, I mean, I think that kind of sort of answers what I want to ask. And that's, for someone who is unfamiliar with seeing converted difficulties in tournament setting, what would you say is, like, the biggest sort of, like, red warning symbol of, like, why would you... What's the difference in including a converted map in a tournament like this instead of sticking solely to catch-specific difficulties?
So I think something that is a reason why converted maps hang around in catch so long is partly because, like, a lot of the people that started playing the game a long time ago, and even some people still now, kind of grew up playing converted difficulties because of the extra variety in song choice, or kind of the randomness maybe attracts people if they find that specific maps are a little bit too formulaic, perhaps. But also, one that maybe doesn't hold up quite so much nowadays, given that the kind of quality of ranked specifics has, I think, gotten quite a bit higher. People know a lot more what they're doing now. Is that converted maps do, until you get to a certain point, or you're particularly masochistic, do tend to play reasonably well. But you do, of course, need to watch out for the fact that it's kind of not made for the game mode, means that you will occasionally find unexpectedly large jumps or direction changes where in a specific map you maybe wouldn't expect. So a lot of these sliders require like a dash to get to the end, but then you need to either speed up further or slow down in order to catch the next thing, which is a little bit unintuitive compared to kind of the modern catch mapping meta.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do when I play catch, I definitely only play catch specific maps. But whenever I did play converts, one of the biggest things I would find is like there's a much higher rate, and this is such a like small thing compared to the grand scope of catch mapping. In converts, I found a lot more edge jumps than I did in catch specific maps, which would be kind of annoying to deal with.
Yeah, edge jumps are one of these things that, like, a decent number of people kind of hate because they feel unintuitive and they feel like a bit control for no reason. But a growing number of people kind of find them like as a viable way of expressing emphasis, because like hyper dashes a long time ago were kind of like you only use them for the very most important sounds, and like when one popped up you kind of knew it was special. But nowadays, like, mappers are getting more creative and like maps are getting more technical, so hyperdashes are being used more. So now, rather than having everything be a hyperdash and nothing feel emphasized, people are kind of turning more towards strong regular jumps as a way of creating emphasis.
The government playing this map. They
know.
A reference to a different Noah song.
So, last map in the no mod pool, this one also, as I said, a converted OS difficulty, and also a longer still, more of a consistency test. This is Miracle Infinity, Sulfur Feet Chatter. This one is 4¼ minutes in length, 180 BPM, circle size of 3.9, so we're cracking out some ever so slightly odd and mildly unconventional. Not quite enough to unsettle you or make you forced to play a different kind of way, but a little bit different from your standard circle size 4 nonetheless. And the approach rate is once again 9.4. So I think this is kind of a very conventional jumpy convert that we always see in kind of these middling stages. Lots of emphasis on half jumps, some of which are stronger than others, and some of which are probably followed by hyper dashes, so you can see some nice chains there, but not all of those will always be hypers. Those kind of 1-1 jumps from one side to the other after a 1/2 hyper dash will be particularly punishing, I believe. because of the timeline difference and momentum having carried you all the way over to the other side of the screen. I think if anyone well, obviously everyone who's in a tournament will have played the qualifiers, but to other people who are watching, if you have looked at the qualifier pool and you played the NoMod 3 pick from the qualifying pool, I think this one is in a very kind of similar vein, where its main focus is on, as I said, the 1/2 jumps patterning, and then there are a few little streamy and bursty sections thrown in as well that you need to pay attention to but aren't really the main focus.
I think out of context, this could really look like they actually catch specifically map.
I mean, it's the kind of blessing or curse of randomness. Is like you'll see patterns like that look kind of fairly sensible, and then you realize that, oh, this one jump in the middle of that chain is 1 pixel away from being a hyperdash. And like any normal modder in a catch specific would tell you, like, hey, cut that out. That's bad and it makes no sense. Like, there is a place for edge dashes in specifics, and I'm someone who's tried to kind of incorporate them, not in all of my maps, but here or there. But they can come across as quite a surprise to people if you're not expecting them. So if you're going to use them, they need to be done in a way that makes sense, where early in the map you kind of introduce a strong dash, and then later on when the player knows, I saw a strong dash before, then you can start introducing them like stronger still, because they'll be a little bit more expected. So coming to the end of the NoMod pool now with this final consistency test of NoMod 4. As I said, we're going to be moving on to Hidden, which is our next pool, which is going to be coming up in just a second. And there will be 3 maps in this pool, 2 specifics and 1 converted. The first of those specifics is Rusty, another mapper from the Philippines. Philippines, a very kind of strong mapping nation in recent years. This one is going to be Jishu by, I think, Roche. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce that. But yeah, very interesting lower BPM pick, 136 with Hidden. Approach rate of 8.3, not quite the punishing AR8 that we saw of Yinmin Blue in the qualifiers, but is made a little bit difficult by that circle size of 4.2. Just under 3 minutes in length. We're going to be seeing quite a lot of little wiggling patterns here to kind of incorporate the lower BPM, where the temptation to dash away from patterns too early is going to be, I think, quite difficult for people who aren't very proficient at Hidden to resist. There aren't kind of too many crazy slider shapes compared to Yinmin Blue from the qualifiers that I remember. I mean, I might prove it wrong. There's a lot of maps that I've had to go through. But I think this one is more of a test on changing direction with lowered approach rate. And we get a nice little section in the middle that is reminiscent of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, I believe.
Was that the section?
No, I think it's in like the kind of second, third, like maybe the it's gonna coming up after this, perhaps.
Okay, I can actually play 2 of the 3 movements of that sonata. So
look at this guy.
Although, I'm learning the 3rd one right now. The 3rd one is extremely hard.
So also in addition to making the hidden more difficult, we've got the 1/3 section coming in here, as you can probably correct me if I was wrong, is the section we were describing.
Yes, those are the beginning riffs of the third movement of Moonlight Sonata.
Okay, I got it right. When I was first kind of testing this, I was like, hey, this sounds like Chopin's Etude, and everyone was like, what? No, it's Beethoven. Are you dumb? And I was like, yes, I am dumb. I'm uncultured classical music buffoon.
Chopin and Beethoven come from sort of the same composition era. Beethoven was like end of classical, beginning of romantic, but Chopin was like right in the middle of the romantic era. So some of their pieces can sound similar in tone, but in general, Chopin is usually a lot more complicated than what Beethoven wrote, with the exception of a few things that even in his works he labeled juvenile, which I thought was actually kind of funny.
Yeah, Beethoven resurrected to play that map, by the way. Very impressive.
Yep.
Good to see him hanging around. So, second specific. This one, unlike all the previous ones you've seen, is actually not a custom map. And some of you may have seen it on recent around. Crowley Hidden has become a little bit of a staple of the Catch World Cup middling stages from like round of 16 to potentially semi-finals in recent years. And this one, no exception. The title track is the title track from Origami Angel. Crowley's Overdose on a set hosted by Gemzu. This one a little under 2.5 minutes in length. Approach rate of 9.3, so going the complete opposite direction. This one is a higher approach rate, much faster, a BPM 190 hidden pick. Circle size of 3.8 is pretty comfy on its own, but there is going to be a lot more slider velocity usage, as you would expect from a Crowley map. If you've played any of his maps before, you know he loves these wacky slider patterns, high SVs.
Something that I feel like I could, of course, correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like a lot of I wouldn't say the same, but similar skill sets as the first hidden map, but faster. I see a lot of direction changes going on here.
So Hidden 1 is much slower and is more focused on kind of precise reading, with Hidden, where you kind of need to make sure that you're not reacting too quick to move away from things too fast. Hidden 2, from what I kind of can observe right now, is the speed makes it more flow-based, and the movement, this map would still be relatively difficult without the addition of Hidden, whereas Hidden 1 would be a little bit more straightforward were it not for kind of Hidden being applied due to that lower approach rate. This map is very different than Hidden 1. This is definitely much more focused on jumping and kind of quick direction changes into and out of high slider velocity sliders, whereas Hidden 1 is more about kind of platter control across small direction changes. Nice long spinner at the end there to contest any of the strong teams that might still be holding full combos towards the end there. But we've got one more map left in the hidden pool, and this one is Zai's Anima. And if you thought we were escaping from anime, then unfortunately the replay has dropped one on us. We can never leave. This one is a little under 2 minutes in length, 184 BPM. Another approach rate 9.3, very fast, streamy hidden pick with lots of wiggles, and you can see some really interesting stream shapes there with the little kick sliders that will be kind of not too difficult again without hidden, but the little catcher control, the balance is going to be tested a little bit more with hidden being added. Sorry, I interrupted you a little bit.
Oh no, you alluded to something I was going to comment on, is the length. I just wanted to say, like, it looks like the hidden pool is kind of short in general.
Yeah. So we have two maps that were kind of middling 2.5 minutes,
yeah,
and this one a little under 2 minutes. It's a bit of a departure from the previous pool where we had quite that long, consistency-focused Hidden One from Bunrae. Very nice to see these little buzz sliders stacked. Not too kind of significantly spaced, but also the BPM isn't high enough that you couldn't wiggle them if you were kind of sufficiently inclined. And I'm sure at least one person from one of our teams will at least attempt wiggling those at some point next week, which I will love to see.
Very
So
well
yeah,
known
that one.
song.
Yep, short, sweet, very powerful though. So, no mod done, hidden done, it's Hard Rock time. Coming in with Hard Rock 1, Ken and Auto Fanboy, 2 of our map pool selectors, collaborating together to fill a void that kind of they felt wasn't able to be filled by anything that existed presently. So this is from Real, Konoyo Loading. Fun, this is called Ken and AFB's Virtual Reality. At one point it was called 99%, which I actually thought was kind of a cooler diff name, but never mind. This is the consistency pick of the Hard Rock pool at 3.5 minutes in length. Low BPM of 128 is going to make reading at the approach rate of 10, which obviously Hard Rock engenders, a little bit more difficult, because a lot of these half jumps are kind of coming out of nowhere unless you've got a very good feel for approach rate 10 reading, or you're just memorizing where all the particularly big jumps are.
These fruits are tiny. Oh my goodness.
So this is a circle size of 5.85, which I believe is about 4.3 with Hard Rock. Star rating of -1. I quite like that one. Thank you, client, for that.
However, I do support the usage of any Real song. Amazing artist.
Yeah, very talented. So we can see with the kind of precision test that CS 5.85 offers, there are some of these slightly stronger regular dashes that are going to need a little bit of memorization if you aren't a kind of very experienced reader of approach rate 10. There's a couple of small, like, bursty sections as well, but they're not really the focus of the map. The streams all generally flow pretty sensibly, so this one is definitely more of like a half-jumping consistency long map test. So in a normal kind of no mod setting, this would be one of the easiest sections of the map because of the low density, but when the notes are falling at such a rapid speed, the kind of large timeline gap means that there's almost no way of naturally flowing from one object to the next. So if you aren't kind of prepared for exactly what's coming next, you can get spooked out and miss a dash that ends up way on the other side of the screen. We saw a couple of little, fairly simple hyper slider sections there, building up back into this final part. Like, a little bit easily to spook you if you're not prepared, but the kind of movement is very straightforward. The hypers put you kind of exactly where you need to go. There's no odd slider shape really, so not as kind of problematic as a maybe first think. And a very short spinner at the end there. So, coming up second custom, second specific for the Hard Rock pool, Yu Asahina's 8th Slave. This one is from Bunrae. And as you would maybe expect from Yu Asahina, very kind of piano streamy heavy, much shorter rhythm game size, only 2 minutes in length. 170 BPM, so faster, but not necessarily hugely fast, so the streams aren't completely unmanageable. But that tells you that, as is traditional fashion for Hard Rock and Catch, some of these tiny like stream deformations are going to be creeping in, so it's not going to be quite as much about pure speed as it is managing these little deformations and how notes get pushed to one side unexpectedly and still maintaining flow with the smaller circle size that Hard Rock offers. So this one is circle size just under 5 with Hard Rock being added, so I think that's about 3.8 before Hard Rock. Of course, approach rate 10, don't really need to mention that because they're all going to be approach rate 10 from now on, as you'd probably expect. We see a couple of these odd slider shapes that aren't hugely difficult, but again, with Hard Rock and the fruit drops that count towards combo being smaller as well, you do need to be a little bit more precise than maybe you kind of otherwise think on those long slider art sections. We see some of these snappy slider extensions into kind of anti-flow as well, which can be a little bit punishing, excuse me.
Interesting play slider, or spinner.
Yeah, so kind of, there's another one here which obviously ends the map, but it has a little, it doesn't really have a false finish type effect, unlike there, where there is an object right at the end after the spinner, so do watch out for that one. Thankfully there's quite a large break. So Hard Rock 3, the third and final coming in, Jun Kuroda's Cybernetics. This one is the converted difficulty of the batch. 1 minute 55 in length, so pretty much exactly the same length as Hard Rock 2, and also, like Hard Rock 2, is 170 BPM. This one is a much more standard Hard Rock affair. Circle size 4 becomes 5.2, something that anyone who has trained Hard Rock for any kind of appreciable period of time will be very comfortable and familiar with. But this one is a little bit more technical than the 8th Slave map in Hard Rock 2. Has quite a lot of high slider velocity sections thrown in and stream micro movement. We saw a little bit of it in Hard Rock 2, but you can see a lot more of it here. You can just about balance some of these, but some people might find it significantly more comfortable to wiggle or to little kind of jink side to side here and there when appropriate.
This one's definitely got some intensity to it.
Some of these droplets stick out really far from the sliders they're accompanying, so I wouldn't be surprised to see people like just ignoring droplets, not entirely, but some of the more tricky ones, to focus on the flow, because there's some wiggling sections, some sections that people might prefer to stack, which also require you to position your catcher in just the perfect spot. Droplets not counting towards combo, or at least the small droplets not counting towards combo, they do give a more significant score bonus than they do in Score v1, but it's still not a huge factor. That pattern at the end in particular looked pretty punishing with the kind of wiggle into inverted kick slider. So Hard Rock out of the way, Double Time next. And Auto Fanboy going to be getting a map all of their own for this one. This is Shoelaces from Two Tone Disco and Cosmo. So this is a much slower pick than what we've seen previously. 177 BPM even with Double Time being added, but a little bit longer at 2 minutes and 10 seconds in length. Circle size of 4.3 and an approach rate of 8.3, which gives you about 9.8, 9.9 having added Double Time. To me, this one feels a little bit like a more technical and slightly kind of less flowy version of the Double Time 2 Feel Special in regards to the map from the previous pool. We'll see a little bit more direction changing, but it is more of a kind of consistency flow-based pick than what we will see later on in the Double Time pool.
So, there are 4 Double Time maps, correct?
Yes, there are 4. So with
something
the addition
I wonder...
of
go ahead.
mixed, with the addition of mixed mod, where people are forced to play hidden or hard rock, the map pool selectors kind of thought, well, let's have an extra double time map so that the kind of double time full pool doesn't feel as outweighted compared to hidden and hard rock, which of course also have their own mod brackets.
Like, something I wonder is, coming from Taiko, one thing that's interesting is free mod versus mixed mod, which are similar, but I think one of the things that sticks out to most to me is kind of a question: is there's so much. What's with the heavy emphasis on double time and catch? Because when it comes to Taiko, we have all of the mods are 2 except for free mod. So to see 4 double time maps is really interesting, and I wonder if there's like anything special about double time that I'm missing.
I don't think so. I mean, this is kind of a bit difficult to answer because mixed mod is the first year that it's existed, and the map pool selectors have made a decision that they feel is in the best interests of the tournament and fairness. Whether it's the right decision or not, we will get player feedback, and then I guess you'll know for next year. So double time done. Double time 2 coming up. It is officially now the Catch World Cup, but it's not the Camellia Feet Nanahira Catch World Cup. It's the Kobario Feet Nanahira Catch World Cup. The KWC, if you were. This one across the finish line. Kobario Feet Nanahira. And I know a little bit about this. I am the mapper, so if you love it, then please let me know. If you don't, tough. You've got to play it next week.
Your map is absolutely terrible. I think we should all try to get this map out of the pool and replace.
Nanahira is in the pool, therefore the pool is good.
I don't think that's how that works.
That is how this works in Catch. This is the shortest map in the double time pool at 1.25 minutes in length, with a very interesting 390 BPM. The map pool selector said, make something over 200, and I said, okay, does 260 sound okay? And they said, yeah, 200 is less than 260, so go for it. So this is still a platter, which people would maybe kind of be expecting not to appear in round of 16. People have maybe thought, well, we'll be moving on to Reigns right now. But 390 BPM, circle size of 3 is quite cushy, but it's an approach rate of 8.5, puts it to 10 with double time. And this is a very micro-heavy heavy map. Lots of small movements after 1 half dashes, which really feel a lot bigger than a half dash normally would be at this BPM. And there's a little bit of 1-4 thrown in as well, which at 390 BPM can result in a lot of misses very quickly if you're not able to keep up with the speed.
That last part there looks pretty brutal. I had no idea that Kobario did a version of Across the Finish Line. With
Neither did I until I started mapping for this World Cup, so you learn something new every day. So from something brand new to something that pretty much everyone will at least be somewhat familiar with this, Prima Stella's Koigokoro, a very famous old school double time map in the OS game mode for its kind of jumpy kind of training patterns, making its appearance now over in Catch as well. 1 minute 45 seconds in length, so again very similar to double time 2. This one is a much more modest 210 BPM, very standard converted, standard insane difficulty of the time. Circle size 4 and approach rate 8 becomes 9.67 with double time being added.
This is a song I actually know from Taiko. Very well known song, like you said, so that's not surprising.
Yeah, to anyone who hasn't seen this map for any reason in either Catch or Standard or any game mode really, this is a very kind of half rhythm focused map. Lots of dashes from side to side, not that many hyper dashes compared to kind of other difficulties in converted OS mode that we've maybe seen. But what's kind of setting this apart from a lot of ways in which this would probably be mapped if it was a specific is that there's a huge number of ever so slightly different half dash distances. So it's really not a case of you can just kind of hold dash and then do the same kind of movement every time. So there you go, very quick. No spinner in that one, you'll notice. The max score cap, exactly 1,060,000. So Everyone's going to be fighting over the tiniest of droplets here or there. Our final double time pick is Cat Groove by Parov Stellar. This one is 2 minutes 34 seconds in length, 192 BPM, a little bit slower than double time 3, but again a little bit quicker than double time 1. Circle size of 4 once again, but approach rate 8.5, taking this one, similar to double time 2, up to an approach rate of 10 with double time having been added.
This is
So
definitely
whereas-
a groove.
Yeah, I was going to say, whereas double time 3 is a lot focused on half dashing and small jumps, big jumps, this one is definitely a lot more focused on micro movements. You'll see a lot of these kind of quick taps into and out of streams, changing direction after sliders, and some kind of gimmicky patterns as well. You can see you kind of dash into a slider, walk the duration of the slider, and then hold dash again to reach the next note, which is kind of an unintuitive pattern for most people that aren't very familiar with playing converts at this kind of level. This is definitely a step up of convert play relative to what we saw in the round of 32 pool, I believe. At least specifically this map. Like, I think Koigokoro, most people will have at least attempted with double time because AR8 is quite a comfortable jumping off point to get into double time. This one, certainly to me at least, feels a lot more unconventional, a little bit gimmicky, and very easy to kind of drop a slider end here or kind of miss a little kick slider there.
Yeah, I can definitely get down to this song.
So there we go, double time rounded out, just one mod bracket to go, and then we'll be at our tiebreaker. We know you're all excited about those. Mixed mod 1, and the only specific, which is a custom as well, for the mixed mod pool, is going to be from Jia and Niam, two very experienced mappers. Summoning 101 from Millie, a very popular artist in Catch, one of Jia's favourite artists. You'll definitely have seen him mapping Jia previously, and also in the World Cup if you've been to any of the previous. Rightfully, I believe, was a no mod pick in 2020, for example. Bathtub Mermaid as well, a very kind of popular Jia map. This one is 2 minutes and 45 seconds in length, 186 BPM, and circle size of 4.3 brings us up to 5.59, 5.6 with Hard Rock, and of course approach rate of 9, simply AR10 with the addition of Hard Rock. Typical Jia fashion, there's some very interesting slider shapes despite the kind of slightly lower density. Lots of kind of sharp hyper dashes into and out of weird slider patterns, so droplets may have to be sacrificed for the greater good in this one. So we get a little calm section here that is going to be quite punishing for, I think, Hard Rock players due to the low density. Hidden, maybe not quite too much of a problem despite the low density because of approach rate 9 is reasonably comfortable to read with Hidden. But we come back into quite a punishing section here, hyper dashing into strong anti-flowing sliders with odd slider shapes. Some really snappy hyper dashes coming in towards the end here as well. Just in case you happen to still be holding an SS at this point. There we go, just one map now standing in the way of us and the tiebreaker. It's going to be No Mod 2, which is, of course, a converted difficulty. Egret and Willow by Dirty Androids. This one 2 minutes in length, a little bit faster at 196 BPM. Circle size of 3.3 or 4.3 if you happen to be a Hard Rock player, and an approach rate of 9.3, so a little bit faster, a little bit punchier. So I think this is going to be a particularly hard map with Hard Rock, just based on the little kind of observation I've seen from it. We have a lot of these really kind of tight, snappy 1/4 streams where there's a kick slider pointing in like the opposite direction to where you would normally be expecting to go. And that's going to require some very intense wiggling, especially with Hard Rock making those patterns quite a bit smaller, that circle size smaller. Some of those stacks, I don't think they're quite at the level of needing to be wiggled with Hard Rock, but they will require some very precise placement and positioning.
This looks like it would be a pain on Hard Rock.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of platter control going to be required here. A lot of these don't necessarily require wiggling because they're just like kick slider sections, and you've got to kind of stop in the right place, tap slightly in one direction to catch the next thing, stop, tap, stop. So it's quite a kind of stop and start, stuttery kind of map that requires quite a good catch and control, as opposed to a lot of the more flowing motions that we've seen in some of our previous maps. Like, Mixed Mod 1 had like some funky slider shapes and some difficult flow, but it at least kind of did generally flow in, like it was always moving in one direction or another, rather than kind of stopping and starting. So, round of 16, tiebreaker time. Was there a Vocaloid? Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Rusau's Extra Mode by Dave and Reaper, two of our resident nominator assessment team members. We've got a Danganronpa Another Episode vibe going on here in the background. So hello to any Danganronpa fans. I believe there was a Monokuma hit sound in here at some point, but I believe this has been forcibly removed and we were all quite sad about it. So this one is obviously 5 minutes in length, just a little bit over, 195 BPM, circle size 4, approach rate 9.5, kind of standard-ish boss map for this kind of stage. Not hugely difficult in terms of like the grand scheme of the pool, but especially when like Dave and like remotely difficult map are mixed into the same sentence, you kind of have to add on a little bit more than like difficulty than you would maybe expect just by looking at it on the surface. So there's a lot to unpack here. So a decent chunk of the map is obviously focused on half jumping in the Karma sections. But as we get into more intense parts, you can see a lot of anti-flow is thrown in where we're kind of wiggling across large distances. There's some very large slider velocities thrown in, and some of these extended sliders which make 1/4 hypers. Yeah, there's an interesting slider shape that you'll see a lot of going into the later stages. This map builds on its initial concepts really well, and just gradually becomes more and more and more challenging as the map goes on. Pretty much exactly what I think you'd expect the tiebreaker to do. Coming into this breakdown section, the density gets way higher. Like, not too much really minute high density anti-flow, but you can see that some of these patterns don't quite visibly appear in like the nice flowing way that you would maybe hope. So you need to kind of manage your catcher precision as to when you need to stop, when you do need to change direction. The map can trick you a little bit if you're not paying full attention. So we did see the round of 32 tiebreaker pretty much right at the end of this weekend in that Germany versus Finland. If anyone kind of isn't familiar with catch, this is, I would say, considerably harder than the round of 32 tiebreaker. I think maybe the round of 32 tiebreaker was a little bit on the easy side. This amps up everything several-fold, I believe.
Yeah, it looks a lot harder having witnessed that tiebreaker firsthand. This looks a lot more painful than the round of 32. But I mean, that's what you really want in a tiebreaker. You want to be able to differentiate the two teams as to who gets to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. We always say that tiebreakers are kind of a test of consistency. They try and test as many skills as possible over a longer period of time, obviously the 5 minutes length. Lots of differences in Slider Velocity here. We've got kind of like short dash and then hyper slider, and then like short slider, hyper slider once again. Streams are starting to get really kind of large spacing here. Not any of these like just kind of stand still like high density streams. Some of these you have to dash through, some of them you have to curve your movement through.
Man, this looks intense.
And hopefully, given that the round of 32 has kind of allowed all of the highly seeded teams to be potentially facing each other next week, and then the less seeded teams are also going to be more paired up with each other, there is significantly more potential, at least on paper, for tiebreakers going in. And I definitely wouldn't mind seeing this one played a good few times. So whereas the round of 32 tiebreaker had at least some kind of calmer sections where you could relax a little bit and regain your breath, there really isn't that much in the way of calm sections here. At about 3 minutes there's a calmer section, but it has some strong dashes, so it's not the kind of thing you can just kind of tune out and autoplay for. You really do still need to be paying attention all the way through this one. These little repeat slider are going to be angled ever so slightly less each time as the song winds down, which I thought was a really nice touch. And then a big spinner to finish.
Yeah, that definitely takes things up I would say like 2 levels. Given how you said that the round of 32 definitely was on the easier side.
So there you go. Our round of 16 map pool, which is obviously going to be played in next week's round of 16 matches. We'll have 8 winners bracket matches and of course 8 losers bracket matches. None of the teams that you may have seen this weekend have been eliminated. They'll all have at least one more life in the losers bracket in order to fight their way back up and hopefully have a chance of winning the whole thing. So as we said, 4 no mod, 3 hidden, 3 hard rock, 4 double time, 2 mixed mod, and of course the tiebreaker, which you have just seen. A map pack with all of the various submissions will be going up for you very, very soon. Some of the creators, of course, in Eastern time zones will be asleep right now, so we'll have kind of temporary upload links for them. And then when they wake in Monday morning, they'll be hopefully uploaded and officialized, for want of a better word. If you have feedback on the tournament, map pool, us, we can improve too. Please do share that with us in all of the various channels for tournament and map pool feedback. We love hearing your feedback, and as a mapper and a QA for the map pool, your advice and your guidance is very helpful in helping us make future map pools better and avoiding potentially the pitfalls that we may have fallen into previously. But I think that's going to be it from myself, JB Hyperion, and Luminite, who's been with me. Thank you very much for helping out.
Not a
your
problem.
thoughts, if any, on the weekend, the map pool, the matches? I know you mentioned that you were happy to see a tiebreaker and a win for Mexico.
Yes.
Anything else you wanted to comment before we sign off?
Well, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this pool is played next week. A lot of people in chat were commenting, "Oh, these are going to be really fun to actually see be played in context." And I agree. I think this is a really interesting pool. I hope I get to see even more tiebreakers, because that tiebreaker it looks really, really fun and really rough at the same time. So I mean, I just look forward to next week.
Okay, so hopefully you all look forward to next week. If you have any doubts that you may miss all the action when matches are going to be played, when prediction streams and showcases and pre-shows and things are going to take place, please make sure to follow the channel, OS Live, you're watching us right now, and of course follow us on Twitter as well to get notified of when the stream goes live, if that's more your speed. If you've missed, banners are available for all of the round of 32 teams who moved through qualifiers, so you can pick those up for about $2.50, I believe, to support your favorite team. Kind of fairly inexpensive, would be very generous, helps make the World Cups awesome, and allows us to keep putting on these great shows and improving year after year, so that you can all be here right now and enjoy us and the stream and the maps and the players and all of that good stuff. So nothing else really from myself. Anything you want to say to end, Luminite, to thank our audience?
You covered it. I was gonna do banners, but you got that for me. So, yeah, I mean, thank you for watching Round of 32. I look forward to seeing you guys next week, and for weeks after.
Okay, everyone, have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a wonderful week following up. We'll see you all back here again next week on OS Live. Do, as I said, follow, and you'll get notified of when the schedule is out and when the first matches are taking place, and we'll keep you all informed of what's going on. So again, thank you very much, and have a great rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.